glorious day to be at the Big A. Welcome to Aqueduct, where we have two features on the card. Sprinting on the dirt, running son of a gun. He's already a graded stakes winner. He'll return to Allowance Company for his second start as a 4-year-old. Possibly standing in his way, Mr. Phil, who found new speed when claimed by Rob Atras last spring. Went 3 for 5 for the barn. Will he get back to the winner's circle off of a long layoff? The turf feature, a first level allowance race. Son of Cantheros, Kawaimia River will be looking for only his second win on the turf for John Terranova, as we are brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Welcome to South Ozone Park, Queens, where it is a quintessential spring day here in the tri-state area. Sunny skies, crisp 60 degrees, just waiting for those Mayflowers to pop up. But popping up on your screens, I'm Maggie Wolfendale alongside my good friend Anthony Stabile, NYRA handicapper extraordinaire.
Hi, Maggie.
Hi,
Magany.
Anthony.
This is Magany,
Yes.
by the way.
Hashtag.
Beautiful day here in the Big Apple. We got 2 weeks left at the Aqueduct meeting. It feels like we've been here for years. We've been here about 7.5 months. And as much as I love Aqueduct, really looking forward to getting over to beautiful Belmont Park in a few weeks.
Yeah, I know. I'm glad we're on air, so he's not tempted to throw a water bottle at me, but I'll be so happy when I don't have to take the Belt Parkway.
Why'd you have to say? You said it already off air.
Gotta get you fired up.
Why? I'm having a good day, and you had to go to the Belt Parkway. The Belt Parkway, see, Maggie has 2 beautiful daughters. I have no children. The Belt Parkway is my child. And everybody makes fun of the Belt Parkway, and I am the protector of the Belt Parkway. It's literally one of my nicknames.
I mean, have they come to your door knocking for Adopt the Highway?
I can literally, I've hit wiffle balls in my youth onto the Belt Parkway. So please stop besmirching the Belt Parkway. Now, I haven't heard any motorists, thankfully, because it's a wiffle ball. But yes, I've hit wiffle balls onto the Belt Parkway.
Okay, great connection there. As I mentioned in that open, we do have co-features today coming up in today's third race. Salty looking group of sprinters assembling for this upper level allowance. I mean, we have a graded stakes winner in here as running son of a gun. He captured last year's Bold Ruler handicap, grade 3, and he came back to the races for his 4-year-old bow back in March in the Tom Full and did not disgrace himself. Luckily for them, he's still eligible for this condition, and honestly, Anthony, he looks pretty tough in here.
13 starts, Maggie. He's been off the board once. That was in our Gotham last year as a 3-year-old. He's Hickory. I mean, he just shows up with his lunch pail every time, and you know what? He doesn't get his picture taken every time, but 4 wins from 13 starts, 3 seconds, 5 thirds. John claimed him back on New Year's Eve 2021, and since then he's earned $400,000 with him. What a claim. And
he originally claimed with the late Scott Zimmerman and kept by his wife, Karen, in racing, running son of a gun for the Toscanos. And look, last time out he was beaten by Little Vic. I know Little Vic did not come back and run well in the grade 1. Carter did have an excuse that day, but I thought that it was a valiant effort going back to that. I mean, he was able to track off the pace and he just kept coming, which is what he usually does. And he'll be teamed up yet again with Kendrick Harmouche.
Yeah, they probably went a little fast for him last time too, right? They probably got away from him just a little bit.
Right.
And it figures to be a far more comparable pace to his liking today. You would imagine he's going to get a good setup here, and that pace figures to come from Mr. Phil, who we have not seen in an awfully long time. This is a pretty long layoff for Mr. Phil. August, before that he hadn't run since June, and he's the speed in here in a race that's really void of speed. You see the rest of them in here. Mr. Wendell Fong tops the charts cutting back. Running son of a gun doesn't have any speed. The part of the entry left in Synthesis, stage left, Big Engine, none of these sorts have speed. Mr. Phil, Maggie, has plenty of it.
Yeah, it's been 8 months since we've seen him, and it seemed as though when Rob Atras claimed him last year in March, he found this new speed that he was able to apply to his races, which paid off dividends. Now, his 2 efforts after winning 3 in a row were not that good. They were in Stakes Company, also running without Lasix. He is back on Lasix today, and plus they were pretty tough fields, to be fair. But as you mentioned, he has that inside speed. Is that his main weapon against running son of a gun?
Yeah, no question about it. I'm glad you brought up the Lasix as well, because I think that's even more important than the fact that he was running against those tough fields. Yeah, I mean, you see Jackie's Warrior, but the race in Saratoga bothers me a little bit. if he had run on Lasix. He doesn't. He's gone all that time now, more than 8 months. He comes back with the Lasix. He's loose from the rail. And Rob's horses, when they come back fresh like this, they're usually pretty potent, especially when they're the loose speed like he's supposed to be today.
Yeah, Rob Atras and his barn having a great year already, hitting at nearly 30%. As we'll turn our attention to today's 7th race, it is a entry-level allowance going the 6 furlongs on the turf course. And we do see number 1 in here installed as your 2-to-1. I mean, part of an entry, but Kawaii River is the more potent of the duo. For John Terranova in here, he only has the 1 win. And that was in a maiden special weight back in September of 2021. He's faced some tough horses, Big Efforts, Yes and Yes, Scuttlebuzz. They were all in raging form when he faced them. Can he win today?
I have a better question. Can I give the money back that I won on him in the maiden race?
For all the times you've
they
lost
give
it?
me the money back on all the times I've lost on him subsequently.
Yeah, if only.
Please?
I know.
Pretty
I know.
please?
He always seems like he
I can't do it anymore.
Spots. You know, 3 back, he was the beaten favorite. And then it feels like maybe in hindsight, which is always 2020, they came up as somewhat tough entry-level allowance races in his last 2 in the springtime at Belmont.
Yeah, he's running into the proverbial gorillas in these races. This spot looks a little easier than what he's run against.
Sure.
The problem is he has to deal with the layoff, and the problem is horses like him with his running style, more often than not, make their own trouble / bad trips, right? Because you don't always necessarily have to have trouble to have a bad trip.
You have to have speed not to have a bad trip, and he doesn't have that.
Right.
And
Well
sprinting
said.
on the turf, things happen so quickly that
it's brutal sometimes.
Yeah, you can't overcome
He
it.
makes it worse, but he's the kind of horse where he makes it worse on himself.
Yeah, agreed.
And me. And me.
Hopefully he abstains today. As we'll take a look at today's races, always brought to you by Claiborne Farm. The 3rd race today does kick off the Pick 6, in which we do have a carryover of just over 37,000. And looking forward, as we just mentioned, today's 7th race on the card. Some salty fields going forward. As always, if you want to play today's races, make sure you do so with your Naira Bets account. You keep the money in the game, and we are offering that $25 free bet when you use promo code Derby25 on top of the $200 deposit match bonus when you sign up. Check out NairaBets.com for all that information. Well, I'm here in New York. I'll be back at Oaklawn, but what an experience it was to be on the grandstand in the middle of, look, there's a sand tornado in the middle of the infield, to be on the track and watch Steve Asmussen celebrate the win. We'll celebrate more with Clairiere after this break.
Caraconte has potential to be a leading turf stallion in America. Caraconte proved with Spenderella that he can produce an international caliber horse that can run all over the world.
Spenderella hanging tough with the advantage to win the Appalachian.
I've been fortunate enough to train some top fillies and mares. Spenderella is right up there with the best of them.
Spenderella turns it into a procession.
I think Caraconte is a horse who has tremendous potential.
Caraconte standing at Gainesway.
It was a Woody Stevens special that he called Seth one day after he was 3 for 3 and was fast and had a problem and looked like he was going to have to retire him, and said, "You need to stand this horse." And he talked him into doing it, and he turned out to be one of the premier stallions of his time.
Danzig's one of the legends of Claiborne, and his influence is far and wide throughout the thoroughbred gene pool today. And you'll look through and see a great influence of Danzig, and we're just trying to keep it going here at Claiborne with Silver State, War of Will, and Warfront. So we feel like we're in a great position, especially with War of Will and Silver State, to keep it going. We love War of Will's foals. Like I said, Silver State has a great book of mares, and he's going to have a really big chance of continuing that legacy.
The Danzig line 10 years ago, 15 years ago, people weren't sure what it was going to do. And it's still continuing on with Hard Spun and Warfront, who now the sons of Warfront are looking like they could be really okay on a number of fronts. So that was one of the reasons for War of Will, plus the fact he won a classic on the dirt with the Preakness, and then come back and win a Grade 1 on the dirt or on the turf at a mile. So he's a big, pretty horse. He's gotten well supported, and Mr. Barber's bred a lot of very, very nice mares to him, and the offspring are good so far.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here on FS2 as we are brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Here on America's Day at the Races. Maggie Wolfendale, Anthony Stabile along with you as we'll take a look back. The Distaff division got a serious showdown on the cards when we saw Clairiere and Secret Oath throw it down in the Grade 1 $1 million Apple Blossom. And look, it was a 4-horse field, Anthony. Secret Oath looked to have the edge because she looked to have a little bit more pace and a little bit more tractability. Clairiere, though, her timing's right.
And here it looks like it's going to be a replay of last year. She's not going to run down Latruska. She's not going to run down Latruska. She's not going to run down Secret Oath. She's not going to run down Secret Oath. Wrong. She's going to get her. What a determined late rally, huh? And, this is the second time now, Maggie, where Clairiere has looked a little different in the stretch.
She went to Secret Oath.
Yep.
She went, it's almost like she wanted to, not attack her, but attack her in her stride.
An attack.
No,
that's the right word.
Dominance.
She's like an attack mode.
Yeah.
She saw, it was like almost like she saw her and she was like, I'm supposed to go get her. Mm-hmm. And in the past, she didn't have that.
Yep.
Even last year when she got into that great stretch duel with Malathat in the Phipps, they kind of just ran together.
Yeah.
You feel like if you put this version of Clairiere next to Malathat, she would have just ran past her now. Last year, she kind of just hung with her and just won the bob. This was like, I'm coming to get you, and I'm not going to stop until I get you.
And she's such an aggressive mare now in the mornings, and you kind of have been waiting, and I think maybe that's why they've kept her around, is because they're waiting to see that kind of tenacity on the racetrack, and I think they're starting to see it now, and I can't wait to see what she does. And I think it's a great rivalry we see budding between these two. We'll say that Nest returned to the work tab finally on the 15th.
Whoever put that graphic together definitely was kissing up to me putting closed hatches on there. 1,000,000%. Her daughter, by the way, talk about this after her daughter, Scylla, looked fantastic breaking her maiden at Keeneland on Saturday.
Oh,
a full to Tacitus. But a bay. Not a gray.
Ooh, much better.
Yes.
So
we'll see.
We'll talk about a gray son of Tappet on the Derby Trail.
We will.
Coming up a little bit later. But first things first, live racing action here at the Big A. We start things off with a open 16 claimer for the fillies and mares, 6 furlongs here on the main track. And we do kick things off with a Karen Termasi train. Evie Jets. What a great training performance to get her back to her winning ways in the
Fantastic. And a good job by Eric Cancel nursing her speed along and holding off the Chad Brown runner. Girl of Tuscanova needs to refine her form, drops down for the lowest price of her career.
Off the long layoff, Scott Alaya.
Yeah, it set the pace last time out. Pretty fast one in the mud when last seen almost 11 months ago at Belmont.
She closes from the clouds. Here's number 3, Keen Dancer.
The Randy Man. This is the kind of race he wins. We'll see if the pace collapses and Keen Dancer and the Fuchsia and Chartreuse come storming down the center with Romero Mirage.
Icy Reply will make her second start off the claim for the Jimmy Ferraro barn.
She ran pretty good in the Claim and Crown Day here behind Melting Snow and Alarm Clock. You feel like they were a little bit better. Now gets Hall of Famer Javier Castellano in the boot.
Do take out number 5. Number 6 is Beautiful Karen. She could be one of the speeds in here.
See how much pressure she puts on the other speed in here. See what she does with Scott Alaya. If
What about
they hit up
Greatest
front,
Love? I think Greatest Love's faster.
yeah, she
Speaking
might
of
be
which.
faster too. I don't know. They all seem to be fast enough that they could put pressure on each other. We'll see what Greatest Love does. Eric Cancel first off the Mike Maselli claim.
Here is long shot number 8, Trade Secret.
Yeah, she finished third going the mile last out. She'll cut back to a sprint distance today.
Second start for Willie Youngins, number 9, Gringotts.
Yeah, she didn't do much running back in for the. She was in for 20 in her last 2 starts. That was first for Bill Youngins the last time. She cuts back also in here. I don't know. She's over 8 at the distance.
Now, Greatest Love has beaten many of these, and particularly Icy Reply in her last few starts. Here is her effort last time out where she was picked up by Mike Maselli. And she's been very popular in the claim box. That usually speaks to a horse that's just going to show up on the racetrack.
It's funny you say that too, Maggie, because she's been very popular in the claim box, yet she was 0 for 8 last year.
True.
And she got the job done a couple of times this year. 2 starts back was one of those quote-unquote they news. She took all of the money in the doubles, and I remember I liked the horse a lot in a race that ran awful. She just galloped. She came back, ran the same Beyer Fig, essentially ran the same race, was just alternating on the lead and just ran away at the 3/8 pole.
Yeah.
You expect her to do the same thing today. You see, I know you think, you said she might be fast. I don't know.
Maybe that was a Jose Lascano / Linda Rice thing.
Yeah.
And now Eric Cancel, who's not as keen on getting to the lead.
And I wonder if Eric's aboard for that reason, you know.
But why? That's how she won races.
I know. But, you know, Linda was also on a very good run when she got the job done.
Still is.
It still is. And now it's a little bit different because they are stepping up a little bit. And I think you don't – it's not that it's uncharted territory, but you don't know what you're going to face on the bump in class. You have a horse like Scott Alaya coming off the layoff. Scott Alaya is pretty –
Looks great, by the way.
She does. And Michelle's horses, Michelle Nevin's horses usually do. She's fast. This filly's fast, and you have to imagine off the break, Manny Franco, inside draw, and she's not on the rail, but I mean, you want to talk about Girls of Tuscanova has no speed, so she essentially is on the rail. She's the Scott Alaya benefits from being drawn inside, but not dead on the rail, with a horse to her inside that has 0 speed.
Right.
It's a beautiful draw, especially off the layoff, because they usually come back a little more keen off the break.
And she is. She's showing that on the racetrack, but looking back at her form, are you a little scared of the fact that she has just not been as successful or effective going the 6 furlongs with that early speed?
Yes. Just keep in mind, this is the first time Michelle's doing it. She's been in other barns, and since Michelle's gotten her Beyer figures have gone up considerably, and her consistency has been there. Even the day she got beat by Carrick, they went quick up front. She was involved in that pace, and Carrick was just able to swoop the group.
Yep.
So, in three of her starts for Michelle, she set the pace and got run down late. She was in part of a pretty quick pace and got run down, even though she held on nicely. She actually re-rallied a little bit towards the end of that race, 2 starts back, and she has 2 wins.
Yeah.
So since the claim, Michelle has clearly had the most success with her in her 12-race career.
Yep, as you're taking a look at number 4, Icy Reply. Was it just too tough last time, as you mentioned, in that starter stake on claiming championship day?
I think so. And you know what? She's another one. She's not without speed, but she's going to benefit from Scott Alaya and Beautiful Karen in here. I think she's going to be able to sit a trip that allows her to settle a little bit more. I'll tell you what, the public's in love with her. After getting, beat pretty easily by Greatest Love in her last 2. they're a lot closer. I mean, look at how close they are on the tote board. 8-5 and 5-2.
Yeah.
I'd have lost a lot of money on that bet.
Right.
I would have thought Greatest Love was going to be closer to even money than 2-1. And I certainly would have thought that Icy Reply would have been a lot higher than 5-2. If you came here today liking Icy Reply or sitting home playing, there it is, playing on your Naira Bets account, the Derby 25 is the new promo code. 5-2 is a very tough price to take on this filly.
You know who is the best person to be in this race?
The best person to be in this race? I don't know.
PJ Campo. Because it looks as though Eric Cancel probably had the choice between the two top choices here. They went with Greatest Love, and you stick Javier Castellano, a Hall of Famer who is back riding in New York full-time. He started last week here again. Is on your current second choice in number 4, Icy Reply.
Yeah,
Could that be any of the reason for the money?
That's a nice replacement, isn't it?
Yeah, right?
Hey, I can't give you Eric, but I have Javier Castellano if you want him. PJ. That guy, man.
Yeah, he's a great agent. As they are heading into line.
I only know him 40 years. It's longer than you're born.
Just.
Now I feel old.
Just longer.
Just longer, yeah.
I see the doors, stall doors open on number 6. A lot of times with horses that might be a little claustrophobic, not want to go in, like Beautiful Karen's balking a bit. They open those doors for those horses to not feel as claustrophobic, and then they'll just stand off and shut them right as she gets in.
She's been known to be a little bit of a doozy bots.
Yeah, she's a chestnut filly. God hath no fury like a chestnut mare.
Does she have a blonde mane?
Easy now.
What? That's how they are, right? I didn't say that was
no,
not. That was not.
Flaxen ones are. There's no difference between flaxen ones.
Do you remember Hap for Bill Mott?
Yes, I know. He's one of your favorite horses.
He was a little bit of a goofball, and he was chestnut with a flaxen mane.
Well, I like the flaxen
right
mane.
away I get a
also
tap.
like Chris Griffin, as we'll head up to him for the call of the first at the Big A.
Movement to the outside, like Gringotts now settles, and they're off. Speed to the outside here from Greatest Love is going to be in the early mix, and in between horses, there's Beautiful Karen. Out very wide is going to be Trade Secret, and now making it 4 across the racetrack. Actually going to take back. That's Icy Reply, who shuffled back to 4th. Moving up outside of that rival comes Scott Elia, who's in between horses, is in the 5th position. It's a wide run here for Gringotts, who's in 6th. Towards the back end of the field, Girl of Toscanova and late running Keen Dancer is the trailer. They work up the backstretch in the opener, and to the inside, it's Beautiful Karen, who's now a neck in front. Right to the outside is Greatest Love, and Eric Cancel, they're looming up on the outside here, stalking from 2nd, trying to keep up there from 3rd is Trade Secret. Shuffle back there was Icy Reply, lost some ground, is saving ground to the inside in the 4th spot. They went 23 and 3 for that opening quarter mile. Under a drive is Scott Elia, who's drifting out there with Gringotts. They're going to be 4-5 wide as they reach the top of the stretch. Beautiful Karen is going to hug the rail, kicks for home, but Greatest Love kicks on. It's Greatest Love out in the center of the racetrack, and now Icy Reply. Javier Castellano has now gotten off the rail and is coming up 3 wide, and here comes Icy Reply after these leaders. It's Icy Reply now with a head in front. Greatest Love is back to 2nd as they approach the 16th pole. Icy Reply just took off the pace a little bit, loomed up on the outside, and Icy Reply is going to win the opener. It's Icy Reply over Greatest Love. It's a late run here. Scott Elia is in a photo with Trade Secret in 1 minute 14 flat.
It was the Hall of Famer aboard your second choice in here, Icy Reply. Jimmy Ferraro gets the win here and over your favorite in Greatest Love. You called it, right kind of setup for this horse. And like I said, good to be PJ Campo.
Congratulations to they. I don't know who they are, but they knew. Because this horse took every dollar on the tote board.
Yep. Every
single dollar. And she won like they knew. And she did. So congratulations to they, PJ, and all stops in between. Nice effort. Good ride by Javier. Welcome back. His first win. He came back last weekend, a couple of weekends ago, rode a few, including Kathleen O in the top flight, who finished 2nd. He's back now, and he gave this daughter of Keen Ice a perfect ride, as he gave her daddy a couple of times.
Looks as though Scott Elia did get up for 3rd there. A decent return effort off the long layoff. Does probably need just that little more ground where she has been more successful.
From off the pace as well.
Yes. As heading back to the winner's circle, all about Icy Reply, getting her picture taken. We'll have more live racing to come here on America's Day at the Races. We'll also talk a little bit about the man with the plan to get horses to the Kentucky Derby. Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher sitting in a good seat with his lineup this year for the Run for the Roses.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. On the track, his recent top runners include these star performers.
Surprisingly down the outside, Scottish Star here, surprisingly surging on the outside, surprisingly.
It's Midnight Memories who takes the lead. Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile.
Essential Quality have won.
In the Belmont.
Essential Quality has won the
Belmont Stakes. Well named.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races here on FS2. We are proudly brought to you by NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And also, make sure you pick up that $25 free bet with the promo code Derby25. In the winner's circle today, Icy Reply. She returned 720 as your second choice over the favorite Greatest Love, who did have some company up front that softened her up.
Yeah, probably moved a little too soon on the leaders, but perfect ride by Javier Castellano. Just keeping Icy Reply covered up, produced her right around the 3/16th pole, just inside the 8th pole actually, and was able to cruise home, an easy kind of winner at 5-2, getting the job done. I would keep an eye on Scott Elia coming out of here from off the pace, like you said a couple of times before the race. Definitely wants a little bit more ground, but keeps that consistency going from Michelle Nevin barn.
Yeah, but we keep things rolling here. 1380 Exacta, as we will come. Go ahead.
Great Exacta for those. Those are the two favorites in inverted order. That's a fantastic Exacta.
Yeah,
PJ was all over it.
PJ was all over it, being the agent for Eric Cancel and Javier Castellano. But Todd Pletcher, he was a first-year inductee to the Hall of Fame. He's won over 5,500 races. He has been a 8-time outstanding trainer. How's he keep it all going? We caught up with him to see how the man, the icy Todd Pletcher, has had so much success in his relatively short career.
We was at La Mesa Park in New Mexico, and he was 8 years old, and they had a horse sale there, yearling sale. Todd said, "Dad, this lady wants to give me a horse. Her husband bought this horse out of the sale for $800, and she's going to give it away." He said, "Dad, this is a nice little horse. He's correct. Can I have him?" We took him and we broke him, and the first time we ran him for 25,000 claiming. They claimed the horse. He won, and he had $36,000 in the bank. And I said, that's a good start on your college education right there.
I have never in my life been known except, oh, that's Todd Pletcher's mother. I have no identity. I'm just Todd Pletcher's mother.
Todd Pletcher had the work ethic, he had the energy, he was articulate, and I guess I could say he's pretty handsome too. But the big thing was he was a damn good horseman.
And Lucas must be proud of you people. I don't care how the relationship.
He is. We all saw him here at Belmont, and you can see that he's sort of taking pride in the fact that most of the guys that have worked for him are doing pretty well.
I used to say, I'm going to have a name for you. You know, like all these big people have names, and, you know, Marvelous this, and this, Assessing, and this. I said, you're El Duro. He said, what does that mean? I said, El Duro is the person that is the tough one, the hardest one. The one that, like, if it's a group of people there and you point to them and say, that guy, he's El Duro.
Obviously, he's a very unique guy. He's hands-on on everything. You try to go into the computer, believe me, it's not going to work.
You know, Johnny and I were sort of coming along at the same time, so it just sort of evolved where Johnny was on the rise and our stable was growing.
The Shadow, lights down, Uncle Mo, English Channel forward, Alley. Stay thirsty, Alice Malice, Quality Road, left bank, cross traffic, Lawyer Ron, wait a while, and it's going to be a filly in the Belmont.
To me, Rags to Riches was always the most exciting and funnest win that we've had. The Derby with Super Saver was almost like a relief. With Always Dreaming, we really felt like we had a huge chance, and it was extra special to win it with Johnny.
After all these races that we had won together, he had won the Derby with somebody else, I had won the Derby with somebody else. It felt right. It felt really, really right.
We've had a lot of starters in the Derby. I think we've had 59. But one thing I'm proud of is I think 29 of those have gone on to win stake races after the Kentucky Derbies.
All the grade ones, the champion horses, the number of wins, the money earned, 14 training titles at Saratoga, and he's won 14 in 25 years.
The Lucas organization instilled early on is it's a team effort. I've been fortunate to have staff that has been with me for a long time and a good portion of the 25 years that's taken to get to this point. Without them, you can't make it work, and I also appreciate that some of them who have worked for me have gone on to do very well on their own. So Wayne Lucas has a pretty impressive family tree. Our branch has done pretty well on its own also.
The one thing I contribute to Todd's success is he's always known what he wanted to be, and Todd was a type that anything he set his mind to, he could do.
The first text I sent to him was to Todd and Tracy, congratulating both of them, because it's an amazing team effort. Tracy's involved in the business. If Todd works 20 hours a day, she probably works 21 hours a day. She deserves as much credit as he does.
It's hard because of a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of sacrifices. He always separates one with the other one. You know, family's family and business is business.
There's some games that I missed, and there's some parties that I missed, and there's some school events that I missed that, you know, I wish I could have back. But on the flip side of that, I think the one thing that we get in this industry is the family can also share in a lot of the stuff that's going on. So, you know, the kids were able to spend summers working at the barn, and they were able to come in for the Derby and go to the big races. You know, it's not too often that your kids can come to your job, come to your office, and then share some of the big moments as well.
Well, as you heard in that piece, Todd has only won 2 derbies, but it feels like this year the magic 3. I know. So many people have won none, obviously. But somebody like Todd is just so laser focused, and also if you get to talk to him about a little bit, he's probably one of the funniest people you'll ever meet.
Yeah.
As Forte, his 2-year-old champion, he's gone 2 for 2 since coming back as a 3-year-old and will head into this year's Kentucky Derby as a favorite.
We are going to have you covered soup to nuts over at Naira Bets for Kentucky Derby 149. And I keep banging my head against the wall I don't know how they're going to beat this horse. I really don't. I know we're 2 weeks out and change. He has done everything right. And even this race, you know, Maggie, a lot of these horses are coming into this race having run good final preps and having run a half mile in those preps and having to really work hard. I don't know how hard this horse had to work to win this race. I know he overcame a lot of adversity to win this race. A lot of adversity to win this race.
It did seem as though Irad Ortiz had to ask him a lot more in the middle of the race than what he has in other efforts.
Yeah, and I just don't think Todd tightened the screws on him.
Or do you think there was a slight regression from his first race back in the Fountain of Youth?
I almost think it was planned.
Okay.
I almost think he knew he needed to have him ready off the layoff. He probably figured to himself, as easily as he won the Fountain of Youth, I don't need to tighten the screws yet. Let me make sure there's some juice left in the lemon come the first Saturday of May and get him there the right way. I have enough points. I don't have to worry about the points. I've done this before. This isn't his first rodeo. And I think keeping him in Florida the week, getting the work down there done, and now going up there, you probably fatten him up a little bit down there. I know a little something about that. Get him to Kentucky now. Get the work done. I think he's just going to be really, really tough.
Well, we'll have Richard Migliore on the show in a little bit, and he's going to dissect some of the workouts that we've seen from Forte and King Barnes. This is Tapit Trice, though, winning the Toyota Bluegrass. I'm a little enamored with this horse, and that's odd coming from me because I don't typically like gray Tapits, as you kind of alluded to as well. There's just something about this horse's stride that has me smitten.
You know I love all my Tapits. Mm-hmm. I'm the king of all Tapits. If you said to me, if I fell asleep and woke up on June 11th and you said, hey, somebody won the Triple Crown this year, to me it would be him.
Because he looks as though he's most suited to the Belmont, although I would say that about Angel of Empire as well. You see third there on the list. But talk about a horse that's still a bit light on experience and seasoning, but is putting it all together at the right moments.
Yeah, it's him. And you know what? How about Kings Barnes being your third string? He's won at 3 different racetracks with 3 different running styles. He's done so much in such little time, and he's got the mile and 3/16 win under his belt in just his third. I know it was an easy pace. He cut it his own way, but to have that in just your third start and to have that weapon in your arsenal, the old days, these 3 horses would have been coupled in the wagering. If you would have given me 8-5 on this entry, I don't know how much money I would have bet on them.
Has he gotten a rider yet?
No, I don't believe he has. I was a little surprised by that, by the way.
Yeah.
I was a little surprised by that.
Yeah, so yes, Flavien Prat, who was on him for the Louisiana Derby win, has chosen to ride Angel of Empire. Back here at the Big A, second race in the paddock. And this is a good-looking crew of kind of seasoned veterans going the 6.5 furlongs for the claiming tag of $25,000. And we do see 2-1 on the Rob Atras trainer change or claim. Number 5, Striking Speed. But also, we will take a look back at the stakes action from the Big A this past weekend. Evie Jets, she was gritty on the front end, holding off all challenges to return as a winner here for the Cantor Mossies. More on this race after this break here on America's Day at the Races.
Game Winner first got started and ran a very, very impressive maiden race to Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity and again won very impressively at 7 furlongs, and then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year. Went on to win the American Pharoah Stakes at Santa Anita and then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was obviously crowned 2-year-old champion. Got the precocity to do that, plus the stamina and everything that his whole family indicates.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, and a wonderful day for racing here at the Big A is our show here on FS2. As the second race coming up here at Aqueduct is a claiming 25 for 4-year-olds and upward, going the 6.5 furlongs. More on that race in a moment as we look back to this past Sunday with the Plenty of Grace Stakes. And we saw Evie Jets, who not disregarded in the wagering, but maybe forgotten about how potent she can be when she gets loose on the front end. And boy, I love the way she corners. She's small, she's stocky, and she just kind of hugs that turn and skips away from this field with Eric Hansel, who gave her another brilliant ride.
It's like the little race cars you used to drive at the amusement parks when you were a kid. They cornered with me because I used to keep them weighed down pretty heavily. But she really did a good job here. I remember I was sitting with my buddy Mark Turner for home, and he's like, oh, she's got to hold off this Chad Brown Judbon thing. This monster coming at her. I was like, I don't know. I think she's got something left in the tank. Eric Hansel comes under such fire for never going to the lead and always coming from off the pace. You know why he comes under that fire? Because when he goes to the lead, he's fantastic at doling out a horse's speed and nursing horses along on the front end. And he's given her 2 brilliant rides on the front end, one on the lead like he did on Sunday, and last year when she got the first graded stakes win for the Kanamachis in North America. She's a neat little filly mare now who she seems to know where the wire is too, Maggie, and you can't teach that.
She's amazing. In her 10 turf starts for the Cantor Mossies, she has finished first or second in 9 of them. As we welcome the winningest jockey here at Aqueduct, Richard Migliore, to the show. Mig, I know you were quite impressed with Eric's ride aboard Evie Jets this past weekend.
I really was impressed, Maggie. And what impressed me most was he went to the lead, but he did it quietly. He didn't get in her mouth. He didn't fight with her. He didn't send her. And the best thing a rider can do is allow a horse to stride freely and get into a good rhythm. And he did all that with Evie Jets. He really doled out her speed well. The art of riding a front runner is not going to the lead and dropping anchor and going as slow as you can. It's allowing your horse to use their stride. And I thought he executed it absolutely beautifully. Now we'll talk about horses in this race, and just to give you guys a little info, I negotiated more traffic getting here than I did in the downhill turf in the Breeders' Cup, but I got here. We're going to start talking with the one, Trash Talker. Just looks outstanding, drops to the lowest level. Kind of a squat, kind of bulldog kind of horse. Kendrick Carmouche for Rob Atras. The 3, Jalen Journey. The other, I'm sorry, I skipped over that. I'm sorry, the 5, Striking Speed. First time of the Charlie Baker claim. Man, this horse looks outstanding. I think he's going to be my top selection unless I see something different in the warm-up. And I got to say, the 6, Chowda, he is fit, sharp, hasn't been seen since January, drops to the lowest level. And I really like what I'm seeing from Chowda from the Gary Siaka barn.
All right, Chowda, a long upset if you were to win, actually taking maybe some nibbles with the scratches at 8-1, but we kick off a post parade here with number 1, Trash Talker, second off a layoff, does have speed from the inside.
Big drop in class down for the quarter. He's tried to open allowance horses in his last 4 starts that span back over a year.
Here's Risk Profile going first off the claim for Rudy Rodriguez.
Another horse. He's had a lot of back class. He just hasn't been able to find his form lately. Last win came via DQ last year.
Here is Jalen Journey, who, I'll be honest with you, I thought of the 2 Rob Atras claims was the one that would have taken more money.
Yeah, and there's another horse. I mean, all these horses have a lot of back class, Maggie. You just haven't found any form lately.
Here is your 2-1 favorite, Striking Speed.
And here's the horse whose last 2 races make him a major player. He's back in for the quarter. He was there 2 starts back where he ran a solid 3rd.
Number 6, Chowda. Good things from Mig.
Yeah, we'll see if he finds some of his old speed. He used to be pretty fast out of the gate. He hasn't had it recently.
I've just always thought he's better longer.
Probably.
To show that speed. As number 8 is Bronx Bomber. He can be quick at times.
Yeah, another Kanamachi. We just saw them win with Evie Jets. See if this horse, he gets on a fast track for the Kanamachis for the first time. He ran a couple of solid 3rds against fellow state breds in his last 2 on wet tracks.
That is your field for today's second race. And I'm kind of confused by this board, I'll be honest with you.
Well, the first 3 favorites on the morning line came out. The scratches buried this race.
true.
American Gentleman was 5-1. All About the Money was 9-2, and your favorite was the number 9 Glory
And my
Road.
apologies. Striking Speed, I had it in my head it was Rob Atras. It's actually Charlie Baker first off the claim.
That's okay.
But there he is warming up. And I find it interesting that Charlie sticks with the rider that last won on him last time out, and that's 7-pound apprentice Omar Moreno.
Yeah. You know, he looked a little bit last time when he got the job done to be a little bit of a quirky horse to ride. I don't know if that's to be the case. Eduardo Jones had some interesting riders on him in the past, to say the least. And Omar kind of fit him last time. So Charlie makes the claim and just decides to keep him on. I don't think there's much more to it, to be honest with you.
Is moving him up in class from that 16 claimer back up to the 25 where he was third. 2 starts ago with a very respectable figure as well, running an 86 behind Ragtime Blues and Print Rack.
Yeah, I mean, the race kind of falls apart a little bit with the scratches. The Print Rack race and the Print Rack had the speed taken away from him that day, and Ragtime Blues kind of took the fight to him. How much do we trust that Fig, I guess, is the question. If he runs back to the 86, I mean, what's he going to do to this field?
Yeah, exactly. But like you said before, there's many horses that could and have.
The whole bunch. Every horse in this field.
In the past.
Every horse in this field, Maggie. Mm-hmm. That's why the race is so confusing. Because they all have representative races in their careers that would win this race. The problem is a horse like Chowda, you have to go back to October of 2021 to find that race. Jalen Journey doesn't have that race on his card anymore. Risk Profile doesn't have the race on his card anymore. Trash Talker, you don't have to go back that far. It's just last February. You know what I mean? But you're going back over a year.
The recency is a factor.
Striking Speed, you look back 2 races ago. What am I supposed to do?
I agree with you. As we'll check in with Mig here trackside, taking a look at number 1, Trash Talker Mig. I thought he looked ready to go, but boy, as he took pressure on the front end, he just threw in the towel in that start back on March 19th.
Yeah, and the problem is he gets post 1 and pretty strong potential of him facing pressure again. He looks great. I mean, I'm not telling anybody anything, though. If you listen to the show or watch races, Rob Atras' horses are always very well turned out. They look great. And this horse is, man, he's a thick, solid individual. He looks very sharp. He looks fit. His coat is great. From a physical perspective, I think he looks outstanding, as does the other Rob Atras trainee, Jalen Journey. I agree with Anthony, though. I'd like to see a little bit more of that better form recently, if you will. The 5-horse Striking Speed, he's 2-1. I like him a lot. You know, Charlie Baker does terrific work. Omar Moreno is a rider that I think kind of just got out of this horse's way. And there are horses, and I think maybe this is what Anthony means when he says he might be a little tricky to ride. When they got run on their mind, let them run. If you kind of dissuade them or hold them up, they say, okay, then I'm good. I don't have to do it. But if they've got run in their mind and you get out of their way and let them do it, that's what I saw with Striking Speed. He just seems like one of those horses that when he decides he wants to go, just let him go. And Omar was a very good passenger last time, gave him a good ride. I will say this, Chowda's 11-1, guys. I'm picking the 5 Striking Speed, but I do think Chowda is going to outrun his odds. He just looks too sharp on the racetrack for me.
Well, I know what that means, Meg. You're playing exacta, 5-6.
Guilty as charged.
So this guy, you know what? I was talking about this the other day. I don't know if he's still with us. I'm so proud when Richie tells me he's proud of me a lot. And it means a lot because I know Richie a very long time. I like to send it back to him. I'm so proud when he sends me a text. I just crush that exact. I'm like, tears actually form in my eyes. And it's not olive oil. It's actual tears form in my eyes when I hear him say things like that to me.
Mick, you've had a lot of success playing those exactas.
That's become my go-to bet. Like I'll if I like one, I'll box some other horses with him, but I'll press with the one that I really like on top. And I've been very fortunate. Last week I hit that exacta for 245 on 2 first-time turfers and kind of floated out of the Big A here.
Could they get your head through the door? No, I'm kidding. That's awesome. But yeah, so good thoughts and observations from Mig with number 5, who you'll both land on in here. Striking Speed, Anthony, and he'll use a little chowda underneath. Chowda underneath. Yeah, that just came.
I had a great chowda on Thursday night.
What?
Tuesday night.
Clam?
No, corn and crab down at
I
Doc's.
had corn and lobster bisque. No, that's bisque, Maggie,
bisque.
not chowda.
No, I had a chowda.
Whoops.
Doc's Oyster House in Atlantic City.
Nice.
One of my favorite restaurants on earth.
All right. Mitch loves airplanes.
Yes. Richie's never cooked for Mitch. Do you know that, Maggie?
Well, I think you got to get your risotto into the mix of this challenge.
Yeah, I'll put the risotto up against anything in the world.
Confidence. Never Anthony's problem.
Never a problem. No.
So taking a look here, so do you feel as though, now you said the morning line as far as favorites, they were taken out here. So that's affecting things as we see code 2-1 favorites here.
I'm waiting
Andy
to bet.
Serling brought up a great point with these horses claimed from Norm Cash, that it just seems as though the well's been tapped a little dry and it's hard to get them back to any kind of good form.
I agree.
And he's older too. I mean, he's an 8-year-old at this point.
Yeah, I agree. He is absolute. Jalen Journey has absolutely seen his better days. I agree with that 100%. Listen, there are a lot of trainers, they don't leave much on the bone. And you can say that about high-profile trainers, and there are some. Randy Prasad is a trainer who you look at his percentage. Is Randy in here? No. Randy was in earlier, right?
Early race, yeah.
Right. Randy was in the first. You look at Randy's percentage, and Randy's percentage is 7% on the year. People think, oh, I'm going to go claim off Randy. Good luck.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Let me know how
also
you
the
do.
same thing with Eduardo Jones. Have you seen many horses improved out of his barn?
No. I think it's like anything else. I think that it's very hard to deal in broad strokes in this game, in absolutes. You have to pick your spots, but I think there and guys and gals have tried to come in and just be like, all right, I'm just going to make an all-out assault on a barn, and they've gotten their feelings severely hurt. How about Trash Talkers 2-1?
Honestly, because of those two things I just said, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised.
All right, Striking Speed, he's your co-favorite at 2-1. He heads in line and will make his first start for the Charlie Baker barn as we throw it up to Chris Griffin for the call of race 2 from the Big A.
And in. All set. And they're off. Good break to the inside from Trash Talker and to the outside with Bronx Bomber. It's going to be Trash Talker who's in front. Hard scent Bronx Bomber wants to be in this early mix. They're 1-2. Just off of them is Striking Speed. Is in between horses is in third. There's room at the rail for Risk Profile, who's going to move on through. Is to the inside here of Jalen Journey, but Jalen Journey wants to hold that spot, and they line up in behind the leader. The trailer is Chowda. Its Trash Talker in front is up by a full length. Still holding that position at the rail is Risk Profile, is under drive, is now making that ground up as they move into the far turn. 22.56 for that opening quarter mile. Here comes the move from Bronx Bomber, who reclaims the second position. Under a full drive is Jalen Journey. A touch wide is going to be Risk Profile at that big number, and at the back gets Chowda. It's Trash Talker all alone. Trash Talker now a 4-5 length cushion here with a quarter mile left to go. 45 and 4, that half mile time. They start to move in closer. Trash Talker out in the center of the racetrack. Here comes the run from Risk Profile down to the inside, and Bronx Bomber is just making up mild ground right now. It is Trash Talker finding plenty so far. Risk Profile, the only one with a shot right now to the inside, but is still 2.5 lengths back. The 16th to go. Trash Talker, Risk Profile continues to chase. race. Trash Talker, risk profile, Trash Talker gets it done. Trash Talker gets the win over risk profile. Looked to be Bronx Bomber in a photo over Jalen Journey in 1 minute 19-4.
Class dropper, Trash Talker, gate to wire. You notice Kendrick Carmouche keeping him out in the middle of the racetrack. You can see, look at the dirt. It's very light down towards the rail. That usually indicates that there's not as much water, so therefore it's not as tight. And I think Kendrick keeping his horse in the best part of the racetrack. And he'll get the win over long shot number 2, risk profile.
Great tidbit of information there, Maggie. Yeah, you could see Kendrick made it his business to keep this horse on the darker part of the racetrack. And you could see here, he starts to get a little tired. He's kind of wandering himself down in there. But it's the 16th pole, and it's all over.
Yeah.
His arms raised in victory already.
As you can see by our crack staff, Mitch Levitas. I mean, it is very light, you know, right there, like just a path off of the rail. It's very light where the water track just, I don't, for whatever reason, just didn't hit there. And Kendrick is so in tune with how the racetrack is playing and what paths are best and where you want to be. And he read this one very nicely. And as we were talking about earlier, look, those horses, Jalen Journey and Striking Speed, off those trainer changes, that's one of the first things I learned around the racetrack with a dad that was primarily a claiming trainer. You often can't claim from barns like that.
Yeah, it's just that more often than not, there's nothing left.
Exactly. As Kendrick and Trash Talker, kind of like a good horse for Kendrick to have.
I was just about to say, no better named horse for Kendrick.
There's the legend. I'm sure he's done a little trash talking in
Just a
the
little.
past. Wayne Lucas, the Hall of Famer. He'll look to keep things rolling with Last Samurai in this Saturday's Oaklawn Handicap.
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Nest, much the best. Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malafat coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? It is Malafat.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
I'm very bullish on it.
Tom's D'Etat's got a 4-length lead at the 16th pole. Tom's D'Etat has conquered the Clark.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
It's total domination for Tom's D'Etat.
He's a beautifully balanced horse and a really good mover, and he's just full of class.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
America's Best Racing brings you our program here on FS2. It's America's Day at the Races. For more, you can check out americasbestracing.net today. Second race in the books, Trash Talker. Second off the layoff, dropping in class, flashes speed. And we're going to flash things down to the winner's circle / paddock as Richie catching up with the one and only Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, I got Kendrick here, and Kendrick, I noticed something you did immediately. From post 1, you cleared and you parked out about the 4 or 5 path, and it looks like the track just looks different. It looks lighter and drier on the inside.
I mean, if you look and you can see it,
I don't think they have a lot of water on the track at this time of the day in the afternoon because of the sun and it's drying out quick, but I'm not taking a chance. I took a chance a couple weeks ago. I got beat a couple races. I'm going to the middle of the track. I feel like every trainer going to feel that way. Would they rather get beat out there than get beat inside?
Kendrick, one thing that, always impresses me, you get such good position and you get good breaks out of the gate to set up that position. Not necessarily to lead, but just get your position going forward. What's the knack to leaving the gate so good?
You just got to be, you got to have your plan ready. And to leave the gate, I mean, you got really to be a gate guy, you got to be paying attention to last horse in, the guy that's pressing the button. I mean, everybody want to send the first jump. I don't think it's the first jump that make a horse go to the lead. I think they repositioning their back end. And then the second jump, you always see my horses on the lead. I'm just very determined that whenever the track is like this and I'm breaking inside, that I need to be outside. I need to be outside. Any other time you want to be inside saving ground, but in the last couple of weeks, that's where you need to be to win the race. I mean, Javier was sitting inside earlier in the first race. You see him tuck right out and run right past those horses. I mean, those horses swimming in there.
And how do you make that determination? Is that something in the post-parade or even earlier?
No, I mean, whenever I warm up my horses, I usually warm up my horses by themselves. You can feel it. You can feel the horses struggling. Sometimes I go to the inside, you can feel it. Sometimes you go out, you can feel the different traction. Your horse will tell you if you're paying attention to your horse. I'm a horse guy, so, I just sit up there, let them feel what they're feeling, and once I can feel what they're feeling, I adapt to it.
Kendrick, great job. Always paying attention, doing his homework. And I got a new nickname for him, Louisiana Lightning.
Yes, sir. You better believe it.
He looked like it today aboard Trash Talker, getting straight to the front end. That was all she wrote. Kendrick Carmouche will be right back at it in today's third race. Aboard is Greatest Stakes winner, Running Son of a Gun.
Yeah, the Trash Talker was a running son of a gun today. Made every polo winning one, got 660 on the winner today as well.
Over 12-1, number 2, Risk Profile and Bronx Bomber rounding things out as we will take a look at this third race on tap. Upper level allowance optional claimer for the $80,000 tag. 6 furlongs here. Down on the rail, we will see Mr. Phil, who's currently 2-1, returning off an 8-month layoff, but all about Running Son of a Gun as he is currently 3-5, and luckily for his connection, still eligible for this condition after winning the Grade 3 Bold Ruler 2 starts back.
Yeah, pretty fortunate to be able to get in there for the 3 other than by way of the starter win and the maiden 40 win. And yeah, nice. It's a nice opportunity to get a little confidence builder, if you will, Maggie, before going on to. I guess True North would be next for Belmont Stakes Day.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Is there a restricted stakes when we first get over there?
Come back a little quick, right?
No, you're right.
No, I think it's that.
I think this is probably it.
Yeah.
To prep them.
I believe so.
As we do have a Grade 2 out at Oaklawn this Saturday. It is the Oaklawn Handicap, and Last Samurai has been sensational this year, looking for his 3rd win in a row. We last saw him winning the Essex. Before that, it was the Razorback for Dwayne Lucas and Christian Torres, who has had a banner breakout season at Oaklawn.
Looking to defend his Oaklawn Handicap title. He won this last year for trainer Dallas Stewart. Wayne took the training over soon after this, and he didn't really wake up until he got back to Oaklawn Park. 2nd in the Tinsel, 4th in the Pegasus World Cup Invitational at Gulfstream, and then back-to-back graded stakes wins down at Oaklawn. He has been very, very good in Hot Springs, and he's going to reunite once again, 2 in a row now with Christian Torres, who's likely going to win the riding title down at Oaklawn Park this winter into the spring. Just the 3rd, he'd be just the 3rd Oaklawn Handicap multiple winner. Pretty impressive.
That is pretty impressive. I'm very impressed you did that research. Well done, my friend.
I just read it off the graphic.
Okay. Right, if I was looking at the screen instead of my iPad.
Okay.
Here we are.
We're good.
I thought this was an interesting field, though, and you could make the argument that, well, I mean, I thought it was fairly loaded last time. this might be just a touch tougher. Like, what if Charging gets back to some of his better races?
Yeah, Todd Pletcher ships charging in off a second-place finish in the Gulfstream Park Mile. He had a big win going 2 turns at Gulfstream, first off the layoff from his 23-length win in the Dwyer before things went wrong. He never got to the Travers last summer up at the Spa. This is the win going a mile and a 16th, short stretch at Gulfstream Park, but it is a 2-turn race. He cut him back to the mile last time. I did not like the move. Now, Todd Pletcher's won a few more races as a trainer than I have, but I did not agree with the move last time, Maggie. I don't to cut back to the 1-turn mile. I didn't like it.
He's such a big, rangy horse that it just makes more sense to me to keep him going longer.
Right. The one turn at Belmont, where he won the Dwyer, is a different beast than anything else.
Yeah.
So the 1 turn at Gulfstream was different. I think he'll be okay at Oakland. I don't love him in. I actually like a horse in this race.
Stiletto Boy?
I'm not telling you. You have to go to Naira Bets.
Wow.
Because it is the race of the week over at Naira Bets. We have a selection up. We have a play up. You can go and play it then over at Naira Bets as well. So you have to go over to Naira Bets. I'm going to make everybody do a little bit. Listen.
A little legwork.
We'll do a little work. That's all. Head over to Naira. You're going over there anyway to use Derby 25 for your new promo code. You get a free $25 bet. I'm doing you a favor by having you go over to Naira Bets.
All right, well, let's check out the 2 coming out of the Santa Anita Handicap, a Grade 1 where Stiletto Boy, got to give it up to him, man. He just finds and digs and shows up and dances every dance. Will he be able to bring his show on the road, well, back to Oaklawn Park, where he did break his maiden back in 2021?
The 2 Grade 1 winners in the field are right here. Stiletto Boy is going to get his. Proxy, who won the Clark last November at Churchill Downs, going to fall a neck short of getting his second. Kent DeSormo going to keep his mount aboard Stiletto Boy. Joel Rosario, who was aboard for the Grade 1 Clark win with Proxy, is going to be reunited with that one. John Velasquez, Hall of Famer, like Kent DeSormo, was aboard last time at the Great Race Place in the Big Cat.
All right, it is a good one. They'll all be chasing, presumably, Classic Causeway, who I thought ran well behind Last Samurai in the Essex last time. Well, here is the upcoming stakes from Oaklawn Park, $1 million for that Oaklawn Handicap. We'll also have the Bathhouse Row, the Valley of the Vapors, and then last weekend in April includes the Bachelor and the Dig a Diamond. Always like the Bachelor, kind of for the 3-year-old sprinters.
Yeah, they get ready to come to the Big Apple for the Woody Stevens and the H. Allen Jerkins later on up at Saratoga.
Well, back here at the Big A today, check out the field here. We did see a scratch of the plain 1, and that leaves stage left in here for David Jacobson. But Running Son of a Gun, it is all his race. He does seem to show up every time, gets a little class relief here as John Toscano does team up with Kendrick Carmouche, who's looking for another winner on today's card. So much more on this race coming up on the other side of this break.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
On June 6, 2019, a new chapter began at Alapa when Hillendale transferred its operations to the famed Kentucky Station and Thoroughbred Nursery in Paris, Kentucky, on a farm that traces its origins to 1827.
All the essential things have been done.
3 years later, owner John Sikora couldn't be more proud.
You know, we're trying to be progressive, thoughtful, and respectful to what's already been here, the intent of the farm, along with, trying to become efficient and modern.
The 1,400-acre Alapa is driven by its owner John Sikora's passion to return the landmark farm to its original glory. The extensive restoration includes building a brand new breeding shed out of stone and concrete, matching the training barn that's been converted to be a stallion barn and now houses a roster of world-class stallions. Hillendale also built 8 new barns, plus adding landscaping and building tens of miles of fence, plus adding roads and utilities. Sikora appreciates the daily inspiration the farm gives him.
There's the ruins of an old dairy barn, which is it's like a beautiful relic. It's peaceful and quiet. There's waterfall ponds behind the house, behind the office. There's many unique, peaceful, great parts of the farm that create peace and a sense of understanding where you are and how unique the farm is.
He also enjoys visiting the stallion barn in the evening when it's quiet and peaceful.
The horses are looking outside their stall, looking outside the windows. There's like 4,600 windows in the stallion barn. They can look outside, and it's very, very, very natural, peaceful to them. And when I look at this barn too, I feel all the history and the great horses that were here. Great champions were all raised and broke and trained here.
Sikora is now focused on making new history at Alapa.
When you think of all that living history, it makes you respectful of the barn and who's been housed there, and then also the responsibility of trying to keep that same standard and try to move it forward and be historic in what we do, so that when someone would look back 50 years from now, they have a feeling of obligation for them to do the same here.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa Farm. Great piece there that we saw from Hillendale, and standing such greats as Curlin Violence as well as McLean's Music, who is the sire of number 4, tops the chart here in this 3rd race. A turn back for Jorge Duarte.
Would you look at that? He might be the only horse in here, Maggie, that can put any pressure on Mr. Phil. But like you mentioned, he's a turn back.
No, he's better long. How are you going to fall into this trap every time?
Oh, my Lord. Wow. I have to tell you something. You just gave me a flashback to like 3 other people in my life. Please don't do that again.
Yes,
I get a little sanctity on the set with you.
To save us, save our on-air marriage, we're going to head down to Meg for this padded report. Richie?
Okay, guys. Yeah, the 2, Mr. Phil, looks really good. Obviously, Rob Atcher's trainee. We talked about that in the last race. Does have the inside. And it's going to be interesting, as the day progresses, to see if the inside continues to play as a detriment to horses. Again, just watching the contour of the racetrack, or the coloring of the racetrack, just looks lighter, like it's not getting quite as much water as from about the 5 path out. And Manny Franco's been riding terrific. Could be the controlling speed, and if you have speed from that inside post with a track that's playing not so kind to inside runners, you've got to take the track. You've got to get out to where you feel like it's more comfortable for your horse. The 3 Wendell Fong looks really, really sharp. I think this is the sharpest I've seen him in a while. Good-looking horse, really well turned out for Nat Lynch. And I like the work pattern. I love when a horse has their really strong work as the penultimate work to their race. So you see that 1 minute 3/5, and then comes back with just an easy maintenance 3 furlongs and 38. I like when all the heavy lifting's done early and a horse gets to come into the race just a little bit sweet. And then a horse that, full disclosure, I'm just a big fan of, the 5 running son of a gun, excuse me. Obviously, he's going to be your favorite. He's well drawn. John Toscano trained his first winner 50 years ago, continues to train winners, and gets Kendrick Carmouche, who's acutely aware of the way the track's playing, and he looks fabulous. He's going to take a lot of beating here, guys.
I would agree with you, Meg, and if anything, the camera, as I always say, isn't the best friend to people, but it does make horses look better. And he looks even stronger having that one race under his belt, going back to his last effort in the Tom Fool. But here is the Bold Ruler. This was 3 starts, now 4 starts back, and he was so gutsy to the wire.
Eastern Bay tries to put it on him here, try and come on the far outside. You'll see Eastern Bay and Javier Castellano. And he's so resilient, running son of a gun, right? Eastern Bay's by him.
Yeah.
Right? He catches him right there.
Even the gray horse on the inside.
Yep. He saw him, and he's like, no, you're not today, buddy. Sorry, buddy. I'm sending you back to Maryland a loser.
Ugh, glad I don't have to be there anymore. Be like in that position.
What?
Like going back to Maryland a loser.
Wow. Salty much today, Maggie?
No, not at all.
Oof,
The 1A stage left. He will break from more towards the outside.
Comes back from a little stint down in Hot Springs where Maggie's heading, thankfully, for a few days. We'll see how his return to New York does.
I apologize.
Yes, we'll take care of that in a little while.
Mr. Phil, he's the comeback kid in this effort.
Loosey-goosey from the rail. Manny Franco should try and take him flag faulted, that's all.
Wendell Fogg, he was a reclaim by Tally Lynch, who did get him to win a stake down in Maryland. We'll see if he can get back to his winning ways here.
Yeah, a lot of his wins have come in Maryland. All he needs is he got the job done back at Laurel in November.
Turn back for Jorge Duarte, who this tops the charts returns to.
Hey guys, don't fall for the trap. I know he shows ones on his card, but he's sprinting today.
He's 14-1, so we'll be nice. And here is your favorite at 3-5, running son of a gun.
He just seems to run into all kinds of paces. He's a crack sprinter at this point. He loves Aqueduct. He loves the distance.
Second time with the blinkers back on for Linda Rice is number 6 at Big Engine.
He used to be a rail runner, but the last few times he's won, he's been able to come down the center of the track, getting a good solid warm-up. Yeah, he's a chestnut.
I mean, that's the one thing I noted from his last 2 efforts when Linda took him back, that he just looked a lot better in his coat and flesh. And we'll see a little bit of a break coming into this one as we have this pick 6 carryover that kicks off here in today's 3rd race, and full fields abound. So a lot of astute handicapping to be done.
Yeah, we got Richie putting up tickets yet? We should. We got to get Richie starting to make tickets
quite
here.
There yet. I mean, don't push him into
let's
the
throw
deep end.
Let's throw him into the deep end. I'm ready to throw him into the deep end. I'm ready.
I feel for you, my man.
Listen, when I try to lose weight, they take all the carbs away from me. Let's throw this guy right into the deep end.
You know, I would not be happy if somebody did that to me.
I'm often not happy. That's why I stopped doing it that way.
Yeah, I love sugar. There is that turn back in distance. We'll see what kind of magic Dylan Davis can use with this horse turning back. It's just that he hasn't not been effective going shorter. He's just been better, and his faster races have come going longer. And furthermore, he is also going to likely have to get faster to beat the top 2 horses.
No question about it. Yeah, he's in over his head in here. But you know what? He could be in a decent enough position early on to maybe not inherit Mr. Phil, but I'll tell you what, Maggie, Wendell Fong has no speed. Running son of a gun, I guess, could be in position. Stage left doesn't have any speed. Big engine. He's almost sitting second by attrition in here.
Yeah, to the rail runner in number 2, Mr. Phil. Let's go back to his last win.
May 22nd.
Yeah, May 22nd.
The Wayback Machine. The Wayback
Nearly
Machine.
11 months. Which he did it on the front end. It was like in the previous barn, he couldn't, barely sniff the front end. And then Rob Atras just got him, and Kendrick Carmouche was able to get him to see a lot more early speed.
Yeah, I made a lot of money with him in the 2 wins, in the 3 wins, actually, right off the claim for Rob. And I'm going to try and make some more money with him today.
Ooh, I like it.
Yeah, I like him today. I like a couple of horses on the card. I like this horse, and I like Mandatory later on in race 5. If you're playing that pick 6, make sure you use him. We'll be off the air by the time the 5th comes around. Those are the 2 horses I would definitely use in this pick 6 sequence. He's loose speed today, and I'm not solving the riddle of the Sphinx here. I'd be using the 2 and 5 to get through here. I know a lot of people are going to lean on Running Son of a Gun, but when you have a horse like Mr. Phil who's had so much success getting loose on the lead, and he's going to do that again today, you don't want to let him beat you and get eliminated here in the first leg of the pick six.
I wonder how many people will be using number 6, though. Big Engine, who is coming in off the back of a win, which did occur nearly 2 months ago for Linda Rice as she reclaimed him. And this was the second start off that reclaim where he just looped and swooped him on the outside.
It was a goofy race. See the horse that's about to try to run him down on the outside, Big Angelo, King Angelo. King Angelo is a speed type who, if you would have told me before the race, I think you and I were here together for this. If you'd have told me before,
I was downstairs or something.
If you would have told me before the race that King Angelo would have been running down Big Engine, I would have told you were nuts.
Yeah.
So it was just
You're
a
right.
weirdly run race. Again, like I said, he used to be a rail runner, but his last 2 wins have come down the center of the course now. I don't know what to do with him. I still think every now and then he runs these races that put him in the mix, but I think consistently he needs to get a little better to keep up with the top 2.
Got it. As we head back down to Richie, 1-2 on number 5, Running Son of a Gun. Mig, is that warranted?
You know, I think it is warranted, Maggie. And sometimes for me, I just got to simplify it and say, who would I want to ride in here? If I was still riding and I could have one mount in this race, it would be Running Son of a Gun. Now, I do think he is the most likely winner. Although, you know, Mr. Phil is probably going to be loose on the lead, and, you know, it'll depend. It'd be interesting to see if Manny Franco stays towards the inside or drifts out away from what I perceive as maybe not the best part of the racetrack down on the inside. But speed is always dangerous. And then the 3-horse Wendell Fong, who's your longest shot in the race, I just think he looks too good to leave out. And he's a horse that has faced very, very tough company. He ran against Running Son of a Gun last time, was beaten, you know, just about 3 3/4 lengths to him. Now, if Running Son of a Gun runs his race, he's going to win. So I am going to make just cold exacta 5-2. But now I'm sorry, not 5-2, 5-3. But I'm also going to make then a box 2-3 because either Running Son of a Gun is going to show up and win, or if something happens and he doesn't show up, I think those are the 2 most likely upsetters. So maybe that's a crazy strategy. I'm honestly looking forward to hearing Anthony's take on that.
He's going to make a 5-3 cold or and a 2-3 box. Now, Rich, you got to make a 3-5 just in case. You don't want this to come in 3-5 and you have nothing.
Woof, yeah.
You got to make a 3-5 box too. That's playing a little Russian roulette there, buddy.
Yeah, to have positive thoughts on the longest shot on the board in number 3, Wendell Fong there, and not to take advantage of it if he happens to win.
If you think there's a chance for chaos, I'm going to steal a line from my favorite program of all time, Game of Thrones. Chaos is
You've
a
lost
pit.
me.
Chaos is a pit. Chaos isn't a pit. Chaos is a ladder. Don't think of it that. Don't think chaos. You got to climb out of the chaos. The climb is all that's real sometimes, Richard. So at 19-1, excuse me, at 19-1, you're hoping for that chaos. If you think the 19-1 shot's going to get in here, and you think there's a chance Running Son of a Gun doesn't show up, you want stage left to follow Wendell Fong and hit one of those big numbers like you hit the other day when the 2 turf firsters hit the wire 1-2. Like, it doesn't happen all the time. But if you think there's a chance for chaos, it can't be limited chaos. I guess that's the best. I'm not articulating this the right way. If you think there's a chance for chaos, it can't be limited.
Okay. Especially when you're wagering.
Yeah, especially when you're gambling.
All right, cool. As you went with the second choice in here, Mr. Phil, you're hoping that speed is proverbially good here with him. Does lose Kendrick, who goes to Running Son of a Gun, picks up Manny Franco. You cool with
I'm
that?
just hoping he's, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, the Kendrick's not going to give up a graded stakes winner for a horse coming back off one race in 10 months. Right, no matter how much he rides for Rob.
Right.
And I get one of the best riders in the country who rides an awful lot of winners for Rob.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. You know.
Well, there he is heading into line. Mr. Phil coming back off of the 8-month layoff. looked good in the warm-ups. I like the way he was moving out there. That's for sure. So how many would you be using in the start of this pick six?
2s and 5s.
Just 2s and 5s.
Yeah.
All right. And hoping that chaos does not reign, as Mig is looking for Wendell Fong to maybe spring a bit of an upset. Tally Lynch teaming up with Jorge Vargas on a horse that at times can run a race fast enough to win here as they are heading into line. And we head up to Chris Griffin, who brings you the call of race 3 from the Big A, which also kicks off the pick 6.
Running Son of a Gun is in. Stage left and Big Engine to the outside. Start of the pick 6. Big Engine is in. All set. And they're off. Maybe squeeze at the start there. Running Son of a Gun is at the back end of the field. A little trouble at the start for the favorite. On the front end, it's Mr. Phil right out to the front. There's tops the chart out in the center of the racetrack, and Big Engine is going to track in third. At the rail there is Wendell Fong, and Running Son of a Gun is trying to make up for that start. Is now Splitting Rivals is in the 5th spot. The trailer is stage left. As they're working up the backstretch, they're chasing Mr. Phil. Mr. Phil is alone on the lead, has 4 furlongs left to go. Tops the chart is right to the outside here from second. They went 23 and 2 for that easy opening quarter mile here for Mr. Phil. It's Mr. Phil in command, tops the chart. Dylan Davis right there from second. Big Engine is now called upon for the effort to the outside of Running Son of a Gun, who's still trying to split rivals here, is in the 4th spot. At the rail there is Wendell Fong, and stage left is going to be wide as they reach the top of the stretch. It's Mr. Phil and Manny Franco. They kick for home. They're up by a length and a half. Tops the chart, continues to chase here from second. Stage left is rolling on the grandstand side. Red cap. Here comes a big run from stage left. It's Mr. Phil who's in front. Tops the chart is in between horses. Stage left is trying to make up late ground. Mr. Phil is almost there. Stage left is going to lunge late. Mr. Phil, stage left. Mr. Phil gets the victory. It's Mr. Phil over stage left. Then came Tops the Chart and Big Engine in 1 minute 12 and 3.
Mr. Phil, fresh off the layoff, takes him gate to wire, and Manny Franco taking advantage of, it looked as though, hopefully we'll check out the start, Running Son of a Gun just kind of bobbled or got pinched back and just, he had no position going forward. Unfortunately, finishes last as a heavy, heavy favorite at 2-5. But your second choice, Mr. Phil, well, stage left did make it close in the end.
Yeah, Running Son of a Gun, you see him coming right inside the 16th pole. He shied away from a couple of horses. You know, it's funny. We're analysts and we're professionals here. Richie kind of sensed something off in that paddock with him today. And he looks 100% fine. The gate opened. He almost sensed chaos. Mm-hmm. And the chaos happened.
Yeah, he got bumped pretty good by stage left there, leaving the gates.
And his day was kind of over because he lost that position. I mean, Mr. Phil, if you would have told me that Mr. Phil was going to go 47.5 and be a length and a half in front, I wouldn't have left the $5 for socks from the Odd Couple. I'd have bet every dollar to my name.
Yeah.
At 3-1, you know, so yes, I mean, this was a fortunate win because the favorite gets off slowly. He holds on by a desperate stage left, ran his eyeballs out today. I mean, he came from the moon. He had no pace to run at all. He gave up. He was wide. What a race by stage left. I mean, unbelievable effort from stage left today.
And shooting back in from Oaklawn and coming out of a fairly live race that day, which Joe Frazier ran second, would come back to win. Yeah, he kind of broke out and then stage left slammed into him, and then the 4 drifted over. It just was not a tidy beginning that left to a very untidy race.
Yeah, that was it. His day was over. And it's unfortunate because you see Kendrick has to hustle him a little bit now. He's last early. He's got to get that dirt in his face. You know, Kendrick mentioned how it was a little drier down inside, right? Mm-hmm. Kendrick just kept him in the middle of the track. Mm-hmm. That becomes a little disadvantageous too because he can't save any ground with him and try and make up for it because Kendrick knows he's got to stay off the inside. It's a bad recipe from the time the gate opens till the time they hit the wire.
Rob Atras, back-to-back winners in today's second and third, gets the win here with Mr. Phil and Manny Franco. Our very own Acacia Clement and her mom, Sherry Courtney, they run Racing for Home, who ensures the safe retirement of so many of our glorious thoroughbred athletes. More after the break.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York Reds start with an advantage. Our New York Reds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad. The leading turf sire of 2022 by stakes winners and stakes performers. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Tampa Bay Downs has a rich thoroughbred horse racing history in Florida dating back to 1926. Celebrities such as Babe Ruth, Jack Dempsey, and John Ringling all attended opening day. In 1981, Hall of Fame jockey Julie Crone won her first career race here, and in 2007, we saw Street Sense win the Tampa Bay Derby and go on later that year to win the Kentucky Derby. Featuring full fields, great turf racing, and a 15% takeout on our Pick 5. Tampa Bay Downs is live racing every Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Welcome back to the program. It's America's Day at the Races. We are proudly brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As we just saw a mild upset back in today's third race, which did kick off the Pick 6 with a carryover as well. Rob Atras wins 2 on the day, but our very own Richard Migliore, he caught up with the pilot of Mr. Phil, Manny Franco.
I am with Manny Franco. Good ride on Mr. Phil. Manny, first time you ever rode this horse. How do you prepare to ride a horse for the first time?
Like I do every day. I study the form, do my homework before the races, and I knew that it's a horse with speed, tactical speed, and I thought I was the long speed today in the race. I just tried to make sure he break out of there clean and go for a lead, and that's what I did, and he got it done.
Manny, you broke clean, you went to the lead, but you also came out off the rail. Was that by design?
Yeah, because I feel the rail is a little bit deep today, and I just, when I made my move, I want to drift out to the middle of the track maybe and go from there.
Manny, before we started this interview, I asked you if you were excited about the Derby, your ride Hit Show. Tell me about that feeling, or tell the people out there the feeling about having a Derby mount that's live.
I mean, that's the dream for every jockey, you know. Every jockey wants to be in that kind of spot, you know, going to the Derby. And I'm just happy to be, to have the opportunity to ride that horse. Hit Show for broadcast. I want to say to them, to the owner, trainer, for the opportunity, and try to do my best over there.
Best of luck there. Guys, you already won a Belmont and a Travers. Be sure nice to add a Kentucky Derby to the resume.
That's right, Mig. With Tiz the Law, Manny Franco kind of burst onto the scene in that strange 2020 year. But nonetheless, we'll be back at the Derby with Hit Show this year, who legit has a shot, just narrowly defeated in the Wood Memorial. But Mr. Phil, he returns $820 for the win with a couple of nice prices underneath. Race 4 is coming up next. We're on the green stuff, the turf. Mile and a 16th on the outer turf course for this maiden 40 for for the fillies and mares. More on that race to come, but now let's check in with kind of our home team as far as it goes with thoroughbred retirement. Our very own Acacia Courtney, it was her dream, Clement, it was her dream to start a retirement foundation, and her mom picked up the reins, Sherry, and has run with it. They have retired venerable New York breds such as Fish Trap Road and Celtic Chaos. So let's learn more about Racing for Home.
Racing for Home is the brainchild of Acacia when she was a teenager. We decided we wanted to get a thoroughbred, and we thought we'd go to the racetrack.
Racing for Home is a 501c3 nonprofit that's dedicated to retraining, rehabilitating, rehoming thoroughbred X racehorses. We've been in existence since 2010, and we're accredited by the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, meaning that we meet a very high level of standards as far as aftercare organizations are concerned. It's run by me and my mom, Sherry, and it really is a family affair, and it's a labor of love at the end of the day.
We have a different business model than many of the other aftercare organizations, and I feel we all fill a niche. Some of them do adoptions where they come in and go out quickly. We don't do that. I often take horses that other organizations can't or won't take because the injury is a long-term rehab situation.
I had some horses be in some pretty bad situations, and it's amazing to see the transformation. There's no fear in them. There's no anger in them. They've become like giant lap dogs, really, that just want to love on you and get their treats, and that's because my mom is this amazing individual that loves them and makes them feel safe.
I think we've had, 40 horses go through the program now, and I couldn't be more committed to what I'm doing.
Right now, Sweet Flattery, who was a Christophe Clement trainee, he only raced once and he came back to Racing for Home. My mom retrained him, worked with him, and he's now up in Saratoga at the Oklahoma training track as my husband Miguel's pony, getting all of the 2-year-olds ready for the meet.
More needs to be done for these horses that do everything for us, give us thrills, happiness, make people fortunes, to make sure that they all have the life that they deserve, because horses can live well into their 30s, and typically they're done racing 6, maybe 7 years old.
This is a nonprofit organization, and we truly do not profit. It's a labor of love, and like I said, it's something that we've taken on willingly because horses have given us everything.
And we're so grateful to Acacia and her mom, Sherry, for just creating Racing for Home and giving so many horses, and a lot of them raced here in New York, just second chances at life and second careers.
Yeah, I always have to add Brian into this mix.
Yeah. Brian is the ultimate hot walker.
Brian's the hot
Hold
walker.
for baths
Yes,
and-
he's the
yeah.
hot walker, the ultimate girl dad, horse dad. I'm not going to embarrass him here. He's the bank most of the time, Brian. And I mean, they just do the yeoman's work, if you will, and an amazing job, and it comes from the heart. And they're some of my favorite people on the planet. The A-Train, choo-choo. They're amazing. And what they do, the passion. I spend the most time with Acacia, and I love Brian, but the passion in Sherry's voice when she talks about Racing for Home is second to none.
Yeah.
It's really amazing.
No, Sherry's just such a ray of sunshine constantly, and it's reflective in those horses how thankful they are to her, yes. Acacia and Brian, of course. So thank you for all the work that you guys do. Race number 4 coming up next. We're on the turf, labeled firm. It's very firm out there. We have not had rain in the tri-state area in, 3 weeks?
Yeah.
I mean, it is California and New York are suddenly trading places, but maiden claimer coming up, 5-2 favorite is Electorate.
Electorate.
Wow, I can't.
Like the Electorate College?
I was thinking of electrolytes. No, I know it's exactly what it is, but for some reason it came out like that.
All right.
Anyway, Chad
We
will send out this drop
We
down.
got to get you some food.
I gotta get some pizza.
Yeah, we'll get you some pizza in a little while. I'll be done in a little bit.
I'll be done right now. And coming in for me, Greg Wolf. Anthony, you're sticking around for this race at least. And we will have more on this race coming up. There is number 5, Jet City Woman. She'll be trying the turf for the first time. This daughter of cloud computing as she drops in class for Tony Dutrow. Stay tuned. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
These are the trainers and teachers, the cooks, carpenters, and clockers, grooms and gardeners. These are the hardworking people who show up every day to keep horse racing running across the state. Good-paying jobs that support New York families, along with the thousands of local businesses that depend on Belmont Park. Modernizing Belmont Park would generate $1 billion in economic activity and protect and create thousands of jobs. Albany, create New York jobs. Modernize Belmont Park.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places. That can't happen.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
The cost could be the entire industry. We have to take care of these horses.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Aqueduct is the only racetrack within the confines of the 5 boroughs of New York City and faced intense competition from several other tracks located in the vicinity. True to its nature, the racetrack not only survived, but thrived. Aqueduct underwent an extensive 3-year overhaul and reopened on September 15, 1959, to much fanfare, as it was one of the most modern facilities of its kind. In 1960, Aqueduct presented its first Wood Memorial. The race is New York's premier prep race for the Triple Crown and remains one of the track's signature events, along with the Cigar Mile Handicap and Remsen Stakes. Aqueduct was the first and only track to have a triple dead heat win in a stakes race when Brownie, Bousset, and Wait a Bit hit the wire in tandem. In 1965, it was the site of the largest crowd ever to witness a thoroughbred race at that time in the Empire State, when more than 73,000 packed the stands to see Gunbow in the Metropolitan Mile. The legendary Cigar began his famous 16-race win streak at Aqueduct. He scored impressively in the 1994 Nairo Mile as part of that win streak. The race was named in Cigar's honor after he retired in 1997. The last racetrack Secretariat placed his hooves upon was Aqueduct. He was retired there before commencing his stud career at Claiborne Farm. Aqueduct was the second track to host the Breeders' Cup in 1985 and was one of the first sporting venues where Pope John Paul II held Mass in 1995.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Aqueduct, my hometown racetrack, just grew about 8 miles from here. A lot of fond memories of Aqueduct and a lot of great racing history has taken place here. Well, we're on the turf now, going to race 4, and let's talk about some maidens here. The 4-horse Night Saber, making a really nice impression physically. And this horse has had 2 runs on the turf, one sprinting and then one stretching out where she showed good speed. Turf has been playing a bit on the fast side, and I think Night Saber looks very sharp and probably pretty good chance she's going to show some good speed again here today. The 5 Jet City Woman, Anthony Dutrow, looking for his 2,000th career win. I will say this, from a physical perspective, this filly looks like she will absolutely appreciate the turf. Long, slacker pasterns that Maggie always talks about, wider, flatter foot, and like all of Anthony Dutrow's horses, just really well turned out. Really great coat on her, looks terrific. She has been, training steadily up to this, was at Tampa for most of the winter before her last 2 works at Belmont Park. And then Electorate, she really looks good, and certainly dropping in class, ran some decent races at Tampa Bay Downs, and I think just a drop in class for Chad Brown could be what the doctor ordered. But a nice looking group, going to get a look at them on the racetrack, see how they're warming up, and I think we're going to welcome in Greg Wolf. So, Greg, how are you, man? I'm down here in a beautiful sunshiny day at Aqueduct.
Yeah, I know. Wish I could join you outside, man. Good to be here on this Thursday afternoon. We get set for this late pick 5 coming up. We're excited about it. Electorate. A lot of times in these types of races, people gravitate toward these big name trainers. Chad Brown here with a horse dropping in class. This horse did not run much at all last time out. There's reasons to think you might want some coverage in this race to start this pick 5.
Yes, I do. I'd like some coverage, please. Thank you.
What did you think of that last race from Electorate?
I don't know what to think of it, to be honest with you. There's so many question marks in here, though. If you're playing the late pick 5, you have to use Electorate in here. I mean, you can't just leave this horse out. But at the same time, 2-1 right now on the board. I'm a little surprised, Greg, to be honest with you, that a couple of these first-time turf horses aren't taking any money. Or as much money as I thought they would. That's a better way to put it.
Post-parade coming up. Yeah, Electorate dropping out of straight maiden races for Chad Brown. Broke slow that second start, but still just never ran really at any point in that race. Big drop, though. Here's Shay, My Name, Amira Shishakli.
Yeah, I just want to start singing the Destiny's Child song. A couple of tough spots as a 2-year-old on the grass. First time for the turf. Huge price, 43. My man Gary Richards aboard. Always rooting for my man Gary Richards.
Guns N' Roses fans load up here. First time on the grass for Axl Rose.
For a great name, taking a little money. Rob Actor's looking for a natural double on the card. First time grass.
701 next door as well. And Oak loves a fight. Definitely can make a case for this one.
From a first-time turfer to a horse that's 0 for 10 on the lawn. Haven't seen this horse since November when they gave this horse one shot on the dirt to no avail.
Night Saber trying to do it on the lead against a better group on the turf. Javier Castellano aboard.
Yeah, first time in this cheaply on the grass. First off the claim, this horse was obviously claimed with the intentions of running on the grass, and they've stuck to their plan.
6-1 on this first-time starter on the grass, who has a little pedigree.
Apparently the whole world liked this horse, and I thought this horse would be a much shorter price. Was first-time blinkers last time. A couple of repeat winners in the maiden special weight races. Dropping in here for the tag, not taking a dime.
Dam did produce a runner that won the first time on grass. Cara Para Junior Alvarado for Jimmy Ryerson.
2 turf starts, both resulted in 4th-place finishes. First time for Jimmy on the grass. Plenty of pedigree.
Here's the favorite, Chad Brown Klarovich, the class dropper Electorate.
Almost a year apart as a 3-year-old. We'll see how this horse does in her 4-year-old debut, taking the biggest drop in horse racing.
A lot of gaps in just what will be the third start here coming up. Welcome to My World. Blinkers going on with Kendrick Carmouche.
This horse is very interesting. Comes second time turf. One dirt sprint to a turf route. Gave this horse a race last time, I think. Blinkers go on. Second time off the bench for Actress, and now back to the grass.
29-1, Minor Voice getting on grass for the first time.
Yeah, we'll see how this horse makes out. A son of Motown, daughter of Motown, who won his lone Grade 1 in the Hollywood Derby on the lawn.
And Geometric on the outside. I thought this one last time on the turf, that was interesting. It was at this level, made up some ground against the next out winner.
Yeah, she hasn't done much running, period, in her career, but I would say that turf race was okay. The subsequent dirt start was okay, and then she kind of tailed off as the winter waned on.
Extra money coming in now on the favorite Electorate, dropping down to 9-5 for this first leg of the Pick 5. I want to remind everybody coming up this weekend to support a great cause, 5th annual PDJF Telethon for the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund, presented by Lane's End. We'll check in throughout that live stream that happens from 12 to 6 Eastern time. You can donate directly as well by calling in, going to the website, and there's going to be assorted autographed memorabilia given out on the hour every hour.
Yeah, always look forward to helping the PDJF since my HRN days, where we donated a portion of the proceeds to a couple of the programs. Jockey karaoke, of course, up at Saratoga is always a fun night. I was the halftime show. Great night. I was the halftime show one year. Did a little M&M, real Slim Shady.
You were the halftime show?
I was the halftime show, yes.
Sorry, I missed that.
Correct. I'm sure you can find it on YouTube somewhere. Not one of my finer moments or one of my finest moments, depending on who you ask. Yeah, always a great cause. Looking forward to being on the program this weekend.
Last year, raised over $400,000, so that's great. That's going to be coming up. Again, we'll be checking in throughout on the weekend. This is the favorite. Those Silks, this barn, we know how dangerous they are. Manny Franco will be aboard. This was the good Electorate. Wide early, and looked like might actually get it done. The horse who won this race actually was third against Skims next time out, who's not bad. And then third time out, won again.
I don't know what to do with this horse, Greg. I mean, the second race was not good. And it was a year later.
Yeah, for almost a year. She almost, it nearly dwelt out of the gate. Just didn't move when the gates opened. But then, more problematic than that, just never really did any running at any point in the race where you thought this horse has ability and would be a threat.
And now it's almost 4 months later, big drop. The problem is there are so many question marks in this race as far as the grass is concerned. And even the horses that have grass experience, I mean, there's zero level of trust there.
Let's head back down to Mig as we get close to post time.
Yeah, guys, listen, from a physical perspective, the favorite, I can't fault her at all, Electorate. She looks terrific. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what happened last time. She did have a big break between starts and did not break particularly well, but she looks good, and I understand why she's a favorite. I prefer the 5, Jet City Woman. I just think she looks like a turf horse from a physical perspective. And, you know, Anthony Dutrow sitting one away from 2,000. It's going to happen. It seems like everybody roars up to these milestones and there's a pause, or, the racing guides kind of make you have to wait for it. So maybe you'll just savor it just that much more. But, talking with Anthony just now and wishing him luck about it, he says he never had an opportunity to, work her on the turf, but he says she tries hard. She's very honest, and she looks physically like a turf horse. So I'm going to go with the 5, Jet City Woman. See if Anthony Dutrow can get that vaunted milestone of 2,000. Big number for a trainer.
Potential to come here, yeah, with this filly. And, back to the favorite for a moment, 8-5. It's a tale of 2 starts. Off the first start, she deserves to be 8-5. Off the second start, you almost want to completely toss her.
I don't agree with that. She actually improved on the Beyer scale from a first start to a second start.
Not on just about every other scale of figures out there.
Yeah. I'm not going to worry too much about figures when it comes to bottom-level maidens on the grass. She's only had 2 opportunities. I've seen too many of these Chad Brown horses take this drop, just come here and air. So I understand the temptation. See, it's funny you said that, Greg. I understand the temptation to toss her. Nah, I don't need her if she wins. Because there are a couple of other races in this sequence that look a little chalky. What do I need her for? You don't want to go dead either. That was a quick Tony Dutro.
They're trying to tell us something in the booth. Yeah, they want to talk Jet City Woman again. So let's look at where he stands. He's got the 5 Jet City Woman. First time on grass for this filly, start number 3, and that's where he stands. 1,999 wins. Look at some of the big moments in his career. Grade 1 winners. Love Burning Roma.
A big beast. I was a big fan of the Big Beast. Motown got his grade 1 on the grass. We talked about that earlier. Grace Hall was a beautiful filly. It's going to come. Maybe this is it. Maybe this daughter of Cloud Computing, 2017 Preakness winner on the grass. Plenty of turf pedigree here. Gets her Cancel.
Yeah, the Dam won for 50 maiden claiming on the grass. It was her only win on the turf, and then did produce a first out winner on the grass called Call Me Gusto. That was at Ellis Park, that win. So there's a little bit of pedigree there. You and Mig going with the 5, 9-2. I didn't expect this huge.
I thought you'd be shorter.
I thought this price would be shorter. I didn't think we'd see as low as 8-5 on Electorate. But again,
Chad Brown and Manny Franco.
Big drop, maiden special, maiden claiming from this barn. And that's where the public will lean. Quite often a great way to go. We'll see what kind of race she runs today. Will she run that good debut or a flat one like she did in that second start when, again, she really did not get out of the gate. She's kind of sat there for a moment. See if she breaks today under Manny Franco. That might tell us the story early on here. As we get set for this pick 5, let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
My Inner Voice goes in, so does Night Saber. Here's Jet City Woman. Geometrique to the outside. Geometrique moves forward. Is in. All set. And they're off. Night Saber breaks well from in between horses. Hard Scent, Shay My Name wants to be in the early mix, and it's going to be Shay My Name. It's going to take it right to Night Saber, and they're going to ensure a quick tempo into this first turn. Shay My Name is now a neck in front. Night Saber's going to take back in second. My Inner Voice is 4 wide in that grouping there. And at the rail, there was saving ground was Axel Rose. To the outside of that arrival comes Oak Loves a Fight. They're 3rd and 4th. Out the center of the course comes Cara Para. Nowhere to go. It's My Inner Voice who's going to be very wide around that turn. And Electorate is going to save ground to the inside and now secures that 6th position. There's My Inner Voice. Is in behind that is in 7th. And Welcome to My World. The 2 at the back, Jet City Woman and Geometrique is the trailer. On the front end, 23 and 4 for that opening quarter mile. The big long shot. Shay My Name is in front. It's Shay My Name who's up by a length and a half. Night Saber was taken off the pace, is now re-rallying. Here comes Night Saber in the 2 path. Following that move is going to be Oak Loves a Fight from 3rd. Saving ground to the inside is Axel Rose is in 4th. In between horses, Electorate continues to progress. Losing some ground is Cara Para out wider. Welcome to My World. My Inner Voice is towards the tail end of the field with Geometrique, and Jet City Woman is the trailer. 48 and 2 for that half-mile time. Shay My Name is in front, but not for long. Here comes the run from Night Saber, and Night Saber is run right on by. Oak Loves a Fight is trying to chase as well. Out in the center of the course, Cara Para is trying to rally on as they reach the top of the lane. It is Night Saber who kicks on. Night Saber is up by a length and a half. Here's the run from Cara Para up on the outside. Welcome to My World. Electorate is looking for some room, and Jet City Woman from the back of the pack. It is still Night Saber finding plenty in the lane. Here comes the run from Electorate. Jet City Woman is following that move. Electorate is now exploding in between horses. Electorate, Jet City Woman, Electorate, and Jet City Woman in a photo. It's Electorate to the inside in a photo with Jet City Woman. Further back to 3rd. Final running time, 1 minute 43.76 seconds.
Manny Franco saving ground throughout and may have just timed this perfectly. Really started to kick in late.
Yeah, this is a tight photo. The bob is like, it's a middle bob. Jet City Woman far outside, Electorate to her inside. At one point, Jet City Woman gets her nose down, but I think it's before the wire. Right there. Jet City Woman got her nose down. There's Electorate 5, and on the money, Electorate. It's like they know where the wire is. I told you, there's just too many of these that drop down and they find a way to get out of the maiden ranks. It's amazing.
And, of course, that filly to the outside, it looks like she got nosed out, and it has been put up. She did. It was the 7 Electorate, the favorite. Your winner, Tony Dutrow, still sitting on 1,999 wins. Can be difficult here. And a big class drop for one of the best barns in the business. Easy to see why this horse was a favorite. I thought a little overbet at this price, but gets the job done.
Yeah, she was overbet. Jet City Woman probably should have been a little bit shorter. Nose separates them, and it goes to the chalk.
7, 5, 6, 4. Favorite kicks off this late pick 5, 3-2. Electorate, first time in for a tag. Breaks her maiden. Manny Franco, Chad Brown-Klarovich Stables with the chalk to begin things. Well, the prices for you when we come back. Get into the late pick 4 next. That'll be a 50,000 starter allowance on the main track when our coverage on America's Day at the Races continues.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Beyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at BelmontStakes.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our FS2 coverage of America's Day at the Races on this Thursday afternoon. Good to have you with us. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Late pick 5 here in Queens. Begins with a favorite, Electorate. Nice patience. Ground-saving trip for Manny Franco. Waiting and waiting for ground, hugging that fence, and when she finally got it, she kicked into gear.
Yeah, he gave her a good trip. He put her in behind horses here. Actually winds up in about the 3 path. And just kind of follows along here. You see him, though, he's saving a little bit of ground, and he's got to get to work on her a little bit. And far outside, Jet City Woman does not have any opportunity to save any ground, and probably the nose difference. 2 of them hit the line together, and the favorite Electorate gets the Fortunate Bob on the money. There it is. That's a nose. That's a good old traditional nose.
A nose from 2000 for Anthony Dutrow. Tough beat there. It'll come, though, but not in this race. 7, 5, 6.
How about that double? Wow. That double's gigantic. $5 to win on an $8 horse is $20. The parlay, for $1, the parlay's $10. The double paid $18.50.
quite often find a lot of value in these doubles, certainly there.
Oh, my God.
We got the late pick 4 coming up next. Quick look at the current odds. 50,000 starter allowance. It's a 1-turn mile. Current favorite, it's the 5 mandatory. It's put together back-to-back very good races. Come up short, though. We'll see if this John Kimmel 6-year-old can break through today. Just 1 for 15 lifetime.
Love this horse today.
But a lot of reasons, yeah, to like mandatory today. We'll talk more about why you like him coming up in a moment. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Stick with us. Going to preview some of the weekend coming up when we return. And the New York Stallion Series Times Square Division, Lifetime a Chance. General Banker was on the Derby Trail for a bit in a showdown.
Tell you more about good magic? I can do that. $1,950,000, hit $1,950,000 in the vertical 50, $1,950,000, hit $1,950,000, 50 in the vertical 50, 50 in the vertical 50. We're $1,950,000, $1,950,000, $2 million quickly, $2 million, $2 million one, $2 million one, $2 million. Hold on, $2 million, $2 million 50, all through, and I have boom. Thank you both. $2 million Rogers way. Good luck.
Good to have you with us on our Thursday coverage from Aqueduct Racetrack, brought to you in part where you can play it all at NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to NYRABets.com to get signed up and started. Greg Wolf, Anthony Stabile, got the Big A for another segment at least here. Going to preview the weekend coming up. New York Stallion Series ahead. Couple of interesting runners near Lifetime a Chance. Mark Cassidy, just an off-the-charts performance last time out. And then, of course, General Banker, who was on the Triple Crown Trail for a while.
Yeah. I don't know where this race came from, Lifetime of Chance. Just a 91 buyer speed figure. Went off 8-5 rather, not 85-1, Anthony. 8-5. And just, I mean, runs away and hides from this bunch off of a subpar effort, a 4-5, 3-5 drowning 2 starts back. This horse burned a lot of money at 7-5 and 3-5, a couple of starts, 2-3 starts back, and just a big win. Do you trust it? I don't know. Mark Cassidy takes over the training. Just for those of you wondering, DJ Stable consolidated all of the horses in New York to Mark Cassidy. So that's why the trainer change. And then you go to General Banker, who finally didn't finish third in a race. He finished off the board in the Wood Memorial. He wheels back in just 2 weeks for Jimmy Ferraro. Lone win came in a similar race when he got the job done and broke his maiden. Here it is on a muddy, sealed track. There was a lot of moisture in the track this day. This was his best race in his career by far. Rain's supposed to come Saturday, but much later on in the day. We're going to get out of this unscathed for racing at the very least, I would think, on Saturday. But yeah, he's the other horse. He's kept some good company. Third in the Gotham, third in the Withers, third in the Jerome. He's running all 4 of our our Kentucky Derby prep races this winter. And we'll see how he does.
lone win. It came at 7-ace. Again, on that Muddy Seal track we showed you. Meanwhile, Kernis, Dr. Kraft, they will meet again. This was back on March 31st, and this was a win for Kernis, gate to wire. Dr. Kraft was 2 1/4 lengths behind. Kernis trying to make it 4 straight for Jamie Ness.
Yeah, Dr. Kraft was third in the gander. Kernis, he came up here from Laurel and Parks, and he's had no problem taking his racetrack with him. 3 gate-to-wire wins, all with Lasix. He loses the Lasix on Saturday. I wonder if that hurts his cause at all. Here's East Coast Girl. He'll break from the inside. It's easy to confuse with the name East Coast Girl. Got the job done in the maiden claiming ranks, 2 back. And we'll see how he does handling winners for the second time. He got beat a couple of lengths to Toxic Gray in his most recent start. Toxic Gray was scratched last week. We'll see how he does handling winners for the second time. He's going to be under the gun, you would imagine. Jose Ortiz going to ride for the first time. We'll see what he does from his rail draw off of a good second-place finish against starter allowance types in his most recent effort.
All right, so we'll have that as race 8 on the Saturday card. Earlier on in the program, going to be 3-year-olds going a mile on the turf. That's in the Woodhaven. Christophe Clement, Chad Brown. They're going to go head-to-head in here. Inflation Nation, already proven on the grass, at least sprinting anyway. Going to be a mile on the turf on Saturday. Did win a maiden group, or broke the maiden, I should say, at Saratoga, going 5.5. Ran pretty good against, of course, he ran 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, Najarok. And now it's going to stretch out for the first time for the 3-year-old debut.
You know, when you look at this race, Greg, I took a look at this race for our stakes roundup over at Naira Bets. It is void of speed, but you got a couple of horses here, namely Inflation Nation, who have never run long on the grass. He's never been around 2 turns. Neural Network's never been around 2 turns. Neural Network's also never been on the grass. So you wonder how that's in. Here's Neural Network. He tried the Jerome. He went back in the gander. He got put up via DQ in the gander. We'll see how he takes to the grass or cloud computing out of a street cry mare.
And this you see continually in the stretch. The Black Cap, Maker's Candy, just continues to drift out and winds up handing the win to Neural Network, who's now won 2 or 3 starts.
Yeah, I didn't agree with this DQ, but I don't often agree with stewards around here. I just wonder how this pace plays out. That's the curious part of this Woodhaven, amongst other things. I would, if I was Christophe Clement and Dylan Davis, I would just put Inflation Nation on the front end. Nothing else has seemed to work. He seems to find himself into a little bit of trouble every now and then. You got Ballooney coming in second time for Chad Brown. I would put Inflation Nation on the front end and try and hope for the best.
As for Neural Network, Dam actually did win turf debut sprinting 5 furlongs. The only other foal to try it, though, 0 for 5 in the grass. He has a knack, though, for horses who don't seem to have a ton of pedigree.
Doesn't matter.
Running well on either surface.
Yeah, I think that's a training. I think that's, you know, you try to figure that out as a handicapper. When things happen that don't make sense, you have to try to figure them out. I'm a curious person by nature, so handicapping is, you know, it just goes along with my lifestyle. It's his. I think part of it's his training style. He's not hard on his horses. He trains his horses more for stamina than he does for speed, does Chad Brown. That goes hand in hand with turf racing. So, yeah, you obviously need to be able to handle the surface, but they are conditioned and they are trained like turf horses in general. So if they can handle the surface a little bit, they're probably conditioned better to handle it and the distances more. Right? He doesn't have a lot of turf sprinters. Think about that. They're all distance horses. They're they're trained to handle the distances and the way the races flow better. That's what I've finally come up with.
And he's pretty good at what he does. No matter where he puts him, he's one of the best in the business.
I think it's the style of how the horses are trained.
We're going to have that for you on the Weekend Neural Network turf debut coming up. Right now it's the late pick 4. And one that we were talking about going to break, mandatory. Just 1 for 15, but 9-5 favorite here is put together back-to-back very strong figures, although run down late in both.
Yeah, he's just run against so much better, I feel like, on his card. John Kimmel kind of snuck a fastball by everybody 2 back to get him eligible for this race. He ran him in that tag for the 40. It's the only time he's been in for the tag. The rest of these horses are lifetime claiming horses. Norgay's been in for a tag for the better part of a year. Salto de Tigre in for a tag for the better part of a year. Achilles Heel, tag races dating back a year. Breadman, November. All of these horses have been in for tags. He was in for tag one time. He was narrowly defeated, and he was into the starter immediately last time out. I love this horse today.
2-1. Let's head downstairs. We're getting a little overtime from Maggie before she heads to the airport. What can you tell us about this 5th?
Well, Mandatory, yeah, he feels like he could be one of the most forwardly placed horses in here, too, which I think would give him an advantage, guys. But let's talk about Salto de Tigre. As Anthony was pointing out, a horse that had some modest beginnings, starting and running around the fair circuits in California, Pleasanton, Sacramento. We often don't see those racetrack abbreviations in the PPs and horses running here in New York, but I kind of like this horse. I thought he had a really kind of taxing trip last time going the 9 furlongs. He was on the wide pursuit throughout, where Afghan, was not on the rail, but at least saving more ground than he did. And I don't mind the turn back in distance to this 1-turn mile where he's built more like, not a sprinter, but just a little bit more shorter coupled, a little bit handier in the way that he's conformed. Not that big, long, lanky type of horse. Does wear a pair of full cut blinkers for this effort today. On the outside, the only other horse like Mandatory that has only run for a tag once was number 9, Long Term. Nobody dipped in when he won the maiden 40 last time out, second off the bench. Now he's third off the bench. A horse that, he's filled out a little bit now as a 4-year-old, but not quite as much as I'd hoped. He's still a little bit on the meager side when it comes to his hind end and his top line. So he fits, though, well with this group. I think this is a very logical spot for him and makes sense. I wish there's a little bit more energy. He's one I want to continue to watch and how he warms up out on the racetrack, too. And the horse that really caught my eye is one that's a little up against it as far as form, but that's number 6 in here, Achilles Heel, who does step back up into this starter after a second-place effort last time out against Norgay. And I kind of noted how well he looked that day. He just feels like a horse that's doing very well right now. Resplendent coat to him, really healthy flesh, and just one I felt, Greg, that could possibly outrun his odds.
Thanks. 12-1 Achilles Heel for Rudy Rodriguez. Maybe a price to throw in this pick 4. Meanwhile, Salto de Tigre, David Jacobson, Manny Franco, and a horse who's going to cut back in distance from 1 1/8 to a mile this afternoon. We're going to go back to the beginning last time out. Did get bumped lightly on both sides here.
Yeah, I guess.
More than lightly.
You know what? The problem with him, though, was I could be very judgmental. Not really a judgmental guy in general, Greg, but he kind of had a decent setup the rest of the way and kind of just fell apart. I think the best thing to say about him today, if you're a fan, is the cutback in distance. Maybe it got to him. Maybe everything got to him last time. Maybe maybe I'm indicting him too harshly. I don't know if he wants to go that far. Maybe the cutback to the 1-turn helps him. I don't know. I feel like the moisture in the tracks helped his last 2 starts. I'm not a huge fan of this horse. I love Mandatory today. I think Mandatory is going to be very, very tough to beat. I don't necessarily believe the Fig Long Term got last time. I don't like that he beat his stablemate, who's a bigger professional maiden than he was going in. They actually claimed the other one. Linda Rice claimed Pioneering Spirit and left Long Term alone. I would have claimed Long Term. I don't claim horses off of Todd Pletcher. But if I were to claim one of those 2 horses last time, I would have claimed the winner. And you lost his best friend. So that's why I don't claim off of Todd Pletcher.
Oh, here's Pletcher Long Term. Needs to improve, you would think, but from this barn, probably going to. In his first dirt start of his 4-year-old campaign, well, it wasn't like some sort of wow performance, and he did get a pretty nice setup against 2 horses, setting the pace up front. He sat behind him in 3rd, took advantage of it. moving forward in the right direction, and no reason to think from that barn we're not going to see more improvement.
I don't know if I agree with that, if I'm being honest with you. He's kind of, there's some randomness to his form. He ran an 80 behind Constitutional Lawyer on a Bayer scale. He ran behind Electability, who was a nice Chad Brown runner back in March of last year. He ran that fig last time. And then sometimes he runs these inexplicably just runs these horrible races. I mean, just horrible races. Maybe he puts them back to back. I don't know. I'll tell you right now, he's the same price currently, and I could change with 6 minutes, as Breadman. Wow.
Well, you say the bad ones he's run. One, he stumbled out of the gate in his debut. And a lot of times you can just forget his debut. The only other race really was the Wood Memorial, and he went to the bench for 10 months.
The Eagle and Love race, the turf race. I don't know.
I don't know if I'd count that against him, would you? Maybe.
He didn't run.
Here's Norgay. Jason Huayas on board 2 back. This horse cutting back to a mile.
Should be the
speed.
And
he won in a mile.
Should be the speed. He's supposed to be, Jason's supposed to be aggressive from that inside draw, thinking Mandatory is going to sit off him today.
Here's the one we showed you with that trouble out of the beginning in that muddy racetrack, Salto de Tigre.
Yeah, we wonder, cutting back here, maybe things develop a little more quickly, see how far off the pace he is this afternoon under Manny. Looking for his second win in the car.
All right, here's the one. Are you all in on him?
I love him today. I singled him in the pick 5. Yeah, I think he sits right off of Norgay. I hope Romero sits right off him. I think this horse is better with a target.
11-1 next door. The one Maggie made a case for, Achilles Heel. Ruben Silvera rides.
I think if you want a price, this is the one you'd probably be looking at in here. So hopefully he gets a little more improvement. He wasn't too far behind Mandatory and Norgay in his last couple of starts.
Here's Breadman, Maddie Over. Got a look at her in the paddock, riding for Rob Falcone.
Kind of survived the 9 furlongs last time against a little bit lesser. This is a pretty big jump up in class for him.
9-1, now make it 10-1 next door, Charlie 5-0.
Stretching out to a mile for the first time. He woke up a little bit in his most recent start, back to a fast track for the first time since making his first start off a 14-month layoff 5 back.
And Pletcher, with a 4-year-old son of Curlin, won his 4-year-old dirt debut back on March 24th.
And now he's coming back down to a price I thought he'd be, 4-1, 7-2. Nice win in the maiden race last time out. We'll see if he can come back, if he can pair up numbers, get that patented Kendrick Carmouche good warm-up.
4-1 from that outside post, 40,684 and growing in the pick 4 pool. You can experience excitement of the Kentucky Derby with Naira Bets. Join now, you get a $25 free plate just in time for the Derby, plus new members can earn up to a $200 deposit bonus. Promo code to use, Derby25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. NairaBets.com. Scan away as we go back to the no longer the favorite, co-favorite right now, but it's the 2, slightly the top choice on the board. Mandatory, so he can be forward. We've yet to see him, though, do it gate to wire.
I don't want him gate to wire. I want Norgay on the lead. This is part of the reason I like Mandatory today. I feel like Norgay's hand is forced from the rail draw. Jason Huayas has to put this horse on the lead today. Has to. And I think Romero Mirage will be more than happy to let him go, because Mandatory's best race is when he sat off the pace and got out of the maiden ranks. Just sit there, let him go, and go take over. I know he's run fast figs when he's been forward and on the lead, but he just doesn't finish the job. Let somebody else go and take advantage of the target.
Let's head back to Maggie.
We'll pick up where you guys left off, talking about number 5, Mandatory. And while, yes, dynamics with the draw could set up for Norgay to be up front, he's about 22 points slower on Timeform US pace figures than Mandatory in here. Now, Mandatory, when he first walked into the paddock, I wasn't in love with what I saw. He kind of was washy, and he just was doing that thing where horses, when they get washy, and it's not because of energy, it's kind of like an internalized nervousness. And then when he got back out on the track, he kind of let it go. He got a nice warm-up. He's moving well. He's one, though, that's never really gone on. He's a 6-year-old now. He never really grew from when he was a 3-year-old. but I suppose he could win. He's okay. Between the two favorites, I do prefer Salto de Tigre. I don't know why I always have trouble with that name, but number 9 is Long Term. He's one that moved up once I saw him out on the racetrack. Just much more energy than what he possessed back in the paddock. He really kind of came to life and framed himself up well, which in part is due to the fact that Kendrick Carmouche is on his back, and he tends to do that with all of his horses. So I think the right man in the saddle to guide Long Term for his first start against winners, Greg.
All right, positive signs if you think Long Term can step up. And I mean, look, early on in his career, ran an 86 Beyer, losing to a good one named Electability. There's talent there with this horse. Long time off. We'll see if he still has that same kind of ability. But he came back and looked good enough anyway in that first dirt start back.
Yeah, you like this horse today, huh?
I think he could win, definitely. I think he could definitely move forward. I wouldn't want to not use him. I'm with you, though. I like Mandatory. I question his will to win, and the 1 for 15 scares me at that short a price.
As it should. It absolutely should. It scares me a little, too. But I think he's finally found his friends. I really do. I mean, even 2 back, the only time he ran for a tag, they really hit up front. They cooked up front that day.
That's Breadman. Got a slight equipment adjustment there. Matty Olver will ride. This one got one of the best figures of his career last time out. It was a soft group, though. 14,000 non-winners of 3 life. And now facing a couple with a little bit better resumes in terms of the recent races they've been running anyway. But this is a 3-time winner. And that was at 1 mile and 1/8. We'll see if this horse is as effective at 1 mile. 3 of them at 5-2 on the board. The 2, the 5, and the 9.
That's what I figured. 2, 5, 9. That's where the money's supposed to go. And then at some point it'll sort itself out. Maybe it won't. Maybe they'll go to the same price. Pick 4 starts here. I got a live in the pick 5. Of course I did. Chad Brown won. Couldn't get Tony Dutrow 2000 and the 4-1 shot home, right?
By a nose.
A nostril.
Tough beat if you like that one. Pace-wise in here, obviously, Norgay inside. Maggie was talking about Timeform US, having him a lot slower. I'm just wondering, this 8 horse, I don't know if he has any shot to win this race, and I don't like him in here, but this horse stretching out, has legitimate sprint speed. I think it's a lot easier, but that horse potentially could be a pace factor.
He could. I'm not one of these. I think a lot of people look at the form and say, "Oh, well, this horse is coming out of sprints, and he's just automatically going to be on the lead because he's chasing faster paces." And some horses don't like to be on the lead. Some trainers don't want their horses on the lead. Some horses aren't trained to be on the lead. Just because we see things a certain way, can't be pig-headed and stubborn about it.
This horse has gone gate to wire.
No. I understand that. I'm talking about there are some people that sit up here and will talk about that. Mm-hmm. There are some horses that just don't want it. I am of the belief that Mandatory would like a target, right? And even I, and you would say, well, I guess the worst case scenario would be, you can't complain too much if he winds up loose on the lead. Yeah. I'm going to complain if he winds up loose on the lead.
I'm with you. Look at that last race.
Because he just doesn't close the door.
Yeah.
Some horses can't finish the job. They need a target. They're not machines.
And as you said, his best moment was when he was able to sit just off the seat, speed and stalk. And he really should have finished the deal last time out. He was on the front end that day. And you like the fact he's drawn outside of at least Norgay.
I hope Charlie 5-0 goes. The more the merrier. Give him 2 targets. Go, boys. Knock heads.
Can he make it 2 for 16? Mandatory, the 5-horse favorite for most of the wagering, but it's Salto de Tigre, the 2, has become the late favorite here. Pick 4 begins in the 5th. Chris Griffin, the call.
Charlie 5-0. Long Term. Long Term goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from in between horses there is Mandatory, who's got early kick, and Charlie 5-0 up on the outside. And now Charlie 5-0 will assert is now a neck in front. At the rail, Norgay is going to join this front runner, and now Norgay is going to challenge for the lead as they get set to come out of the chute. It's going to be Charlie 5-0 with a neck in front. To the inside there is Norgay. They're 1-2. Mandatory took off the paces now in the 3-path in third. Then comes the gray. That's long term out in the center of the racetrack. In between horses comes Salto de Tigre. Towards the tail end of the field, Breadman is second to last, and the trailer, Achilles Heel. Pretty tightly bunched, though, as they work up the backstretch, and they're chasing Charlie 5-0. It's Charlie 5-0, and Mandatory is tugging, and here comes Mandatory up into second at the rail still. That's Norgay in third. Off of them is going to be long term as they approach a half-mile left to go. In between horses there is Salto de Tigre. Achilles Heel is trying to pick up a spot, and Breadman is at the back end of the field. They went 47.27 for that half-mile time. Charlie 5-0 is still in front, but Mandatory continues to loom up on the outside, and Mandatory is doing it on his own, is now taking the lead. It's Mandatory in front, just off of them. Here comes the run from long term. Is going to be 4 wide as Salto de Tigre is in the 3-path. Breadman's making up a lot of ground as well, as now within 4 of the lead. They reach the top of the stretch. Mandatory kicks on. It's Mandatory in front, who's up by a clear length. Salto de Tigre, Manny Franco with every shot here in the center of the racetrack, and Salto de Tigre is making up ground. Mandatory is in front. Salto de Tigre now puts a nose in front. It's Salto de Tigre. Mandatory is trying to come back to the inside the final 16th. Salto de Tigre. Mandatory is game. Salto de Tigre. Mandatory. Salto de Tigre, and Mandatory in a photo. Mandatory did come back, made it close. It's a tight photo between Salto de Tigre and Mandatory. Further back was Breadman in long term. Final running time, 1 minute 39.50 seconds. It's
Another look down the stretch. This battle between the 2 and the 5. Salto de Tigre looked like he put the 5 Mandatory away. He battles back on the inside. I don't know who got this.
I don't know who. That's us. He put his beautiful white nose back down on the money. Did Mandatory, or those blinkers? I can't tell. I think he got his nose back down on the money. He did. That's us, buddy. That's 5s. Hang it up. 50 deuce. That's a miracle photo. Things might have changed around here today, Greg Wolf. Things may have changed around here today. That's a miracle photo.
Really is, if you like Mandatory, and it does look like he just gets that nostril down in time. I want to go back to, we got to look at the top of the stretch, too. Horse looked like did get cut off, and the inquiry sign is up.
They hung a number up. There's an inquiry. They brushed a couple of times. Now, I don't know who's coming in, who's coming out. Romero gave this horse a great ride. He stood off of the speed like I'm assuming were the intentions today. They looked back and forth as the MiG comes bursting onto the set here. He was whipping and driving as hard as Romero and Manny Franco were just now. There's an inquiry. Here's a look at the head-on. Right here, Salto de Tigre is going by, and he's by here now. They're going to meet and brush. Rubbin's racing, as Harry Hogue said in Days of Thunder. I don't think that's anything there. If anything, he may have caught him with the stick just there. He may have caught him with the stick. That might be what they're looking at. Salto de Tigre may have caught Mandatory with his stick when he was in front of him.
Let's take another look of what the stewards are getting a look at. So white blinkers, that's the 5 Mandatory, your eventual winner. That 2-horse red cap just to his outside. You see Mandatory start to come out. There's the first bump.
Yeah, they brushed there. I don't know how much more there is.
And then the 2 returns the favor.
They're coming. This got to be no harm, no foul here.
5 again.
I can't imagine this is anything.
2 bumps from Mandatory, 1 bump from Salto de Tigre. And that's tough. That last bump, how late was it, right before that wire with just a whisker separating these 2?
I don't know. I don't know what's going to, how this unfolds here. I thought it was race riding, and the fact that he came back on him, I thought the onus was more on Salto de Tigre, but take another look here. They're about a path apart here. They come together. That, to me, that's incidental. And then this one is more 2 than 5, right? This one's way more 2 than 5.
Not a ton there, but yeah, the 2 did come in a little bit. And then here's the more.
But was it even that bad? I don't think they. I got to leave this alone. But I got a big dog in the fight, so I can't. I would not be partial on this one.
Initial contact was mandatory. Salto to Tigre. Then evens the score, and then looked like very late, right before the wire. Another little bump there from mandatory on the 2.
So
with
weird.
As slim as that margin was.
It's so weird, too, because at least 2 of the bumps, if not all 3, Salto de Tigre is ahead of mandatory. So that's what's so odd about this inquiry. Like, the bumps come with the only bob that he wins
and
is the one on the money.
I'll say this, too. Romero Mirage, on your eventual winner, goes left-handed stick late as well. Let's go down to Maggie.
Yeah, we just saw the guys, Romero Mirage and Manny Franco, kind of hashing it out. And really the sense I got from talking to both of them is that they felt as though it was 50-50, much like we're saying here. It was kind of equal bumps. But I will say what Manny said about his horse, Salto de Tigre, number 2, is that he just really didn't want to win. And I'm also wondering if that had anything to do with the fact that he had a full cup of blinkers on. Sometimes when a horse can't see the other competition, they're not going to necessarily be as aggressive. So I'm wondering if a little cutback in the blinkers is in Salto de Tigre's future. But again, my feelings were the same as you guys. The 5 initiated, it was at the top of the stretch, and then there was kind of equal bumping to the wire.
Manny Franco waiting to see. He was the rider on your runner-up, Salto de Tigre, if there indeed will be a change. And stewards taking their time with this one.
I think they're done looking now. You see if it starts blinking. Greg, do you have any superstitions while the inquiry is going down? Ordinarily, I'd be home changing the channel, going to watch something else, and then I'd turn it back. That's my move.
Oh, I wouldn't be able to change the channel.
I also would blow
stay
at the
locked
screen.
in.
I'd blow at the screen if I'd wanted the number to come down. So right now, I don't want the number to come down, so I'd be very still.
The fact that Romero Mirage late, too, and I don't know where it came, if it was right before the wire, the fact that he went to the left hand with the crop, and then there was that final bump, if that's more incriminating in the eyes of the stewards.
Yeah, I thought it was coin flip. I would probably just leave it alone.
Here it is one more time. So keep your eyes, white blinkers, red cap. That's Romero Mirage. There's that initial bump. Salto de Tigre, the 2, Manny Franco. Going to give back what he gets. But then it's right there, this final bump. And there you see, yep, to the left hand in a late little bump. Let's go back to Maggie.
That was a great video to show because you can tell that Manny Franco has ridden several more races than Romero Mirage. And Manny is very good at this. So he's hitting left-handed, but he's also leaning left. So the optics are that he's trying to keep his horse away from the 5, but he's also putting his weight into his left stirrup, and horses are going to run to that weight a lot of times. But Romero, not necessarily doing that, hits left-handed, and of course his horse just reacts to it. So, I think there's a little bit of the veteran edge that Manny has here, and there has been a DQ, Greg.
Change made. It's just being announced right now. And that will go up on the board. There it is. Salto de Tigre put up over mandatory for the victory here in the 5th.
I do not agree with this call, wagering aside, because I think horses get left up and taken down around here for the randomness is something that needs to be addressed. That was race riding. And it was 2-1, 1.5, 1.5. That was a bad call. But the stewards make a lot of bad calls around here.
We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back with the MIG, who will join us right after this pick 4 underway. DQ to kick it off. Salto de Tigre put up over mandatory. Little drama. I'll see you on Saturday.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes. He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer! This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. At the sales, his first crop yearling sold up to $300,000. Dual Surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct Meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half-dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere. Surprise Boss, look at this effort.
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit wardancerstud.com to book your mayor today.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Celebrating its 40th anniversary in 2023, the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation has long been saving former racehorses from possible neglect, abuse, or slaughter. The TRF herd of nearly 450 horses who are not able to go on to second careers as sport horses are given lifelong sanctuary at one of the many facilities sponsored by the TRF across the country. But the TRF isn't only helping equines have a second chance at life. They are helping incarcerated individuals as well. The innovative and pioneering Second Chances program allows incarcerated men and women the opportunity to build life skills while participating in a vocational program as they provide supervised care to retired racehorses.
I talk to them, I speak to them about things that I don't speak to people about in there. I can feel like they actually relate to me, and the same second chance that they're given, I feel like I'm getting.
I didn't know it was going to be such an emotional time, and you really do bond with the animals, and they look for you to be there for them.
It's more love out here. It's more peace, tranquility, solace, anything you want to call it, the epitome of peace to me.
There are currently 8 TRF Second Chances programs at prisons in 6 different states. Graduates of the program receive certification based upon their level of expertise and have gone on to careers as farriers, vet assistants, and caretakers. The Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation, helping thoroughbreds who help people.
Back with you on our FS2 coverage. The Big joining me, Richard Migliore. Good to have you here on the desk. And just quickly back to what we saw in that last race. You thought Stewards made the right call?
Yeah, I did. And full disclosure, I had mandatory, but I thought the first bump was more egregious than anything else that happened. Mandatory came out under Rajiv Maharaj, made some significant contact. I thought the first bump. Then Manny Franco leaned back in on him late. Romero Mirage leaned back out on him. Either one of those to me would have been basically nothing. It was the first contact that I think that warranted the disqualification, and I do think the stewards got this right. It's a shame too, because mandatory was very, very game on the inside.
Big race to come back and just put that nose down to the wire, but all for naught in the end. As Salto de Tigre put up via DQ. Manny Franco, David Jacobson, who owns this one as well. 4-year-old son of Keen Ice wins for the 4th time in his career. That's a tough beat for a horse who's 1 for 15 coming in, but runs a very big one. And in the end, crosses the wire first, but moved to second.
Yeah, good effort by both horses, but I could see, Mandatory might have thrown Sultan Tigre off just a little bit with that initial contact. The other two were more incidental, but as tough as it was, if you had Mandatory, I do believe the stewards made the right call.
Carryover today in the pick six, $37,483. Mr. Phil beginning things where, I believe, 3-5 favorite defeated with a poor break out of the gate. And that was it for Running Son of a Gun. Electorate a favorite. Now Sultan Tigre with the victory. Pretty formful to this point, even with an odds-on favorite defeated, but we got a long way to go.
Yeah, we got a long way to go. And, it seems to me still, looking at the main track, you want to be more to the outside. I do not think it's playing kind to inside runners. It just seems to me it's a little bit more, a little drier and a little more tiring on the inside.
Big one coming up this weekend in Hot Springs in the older horse division. Horse who has been on an incredible roll for the coach, Dwayne Lucas. See if he can make it 3 straight stakes wins. Our ABR race of the week. Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap. And Last Samurai, last year's winner of this race, with a different barn. He's now put together back-to-back graded stakes wins. He's got to deal with this horse, though. It looked like he was going to be the dominant player in the 3-year-old division the second half of last year. Unfortunately, after his big Dwyer, he went to the bench.
Yeah, his Dwyer was a coming out party for him. He dominated, won by 23 lengths, ran a mile in 1:34.3. Returned at Gulfstream, going a mile and a 16th. Was impressive there. Might have regressed a little bit around the one turn of the Gulfstream Park mile. Finished second to Endorsed, but I do think he can rebound. And as good as Last Samurai is at Oaklawn, he's got a formidable challenger here in Charge It.
Very talented horse. He's been first or second 6 of his 7 career starts. Todd Pletcher Barn, Whisper Hill Farm, a homebred for them. And Luis Saez will ride. Meanwhile, Last Samurai back to this horse who, as a 5-year-old, really has blossomed, moving to the Dwayne Lucas barn. Classic Causeway, he ran a good one in defeat last time out, but Last Samurai just too good.
Yeah, and listen, Classic Causeway ran big, but he had everything his own way. Got to control a very moderate pace, was very game, but Last Samurai rallied from just off the pace. Now, last year when Last Samurai won the Oaklawn Park Handicap, it was a surprise. He's no more surprises with him. He's been in very good form. His last 4 starts were all very good, and his last 2 starts at Oaklawn, he's taken it to another level. And he's a horse that's versatile. If they go very slow, he's not that far up. If they go faster, he'll be further back. Christian Torres seems to fit him perfectly, and Wayne Lucas has him in terrific form. And what a meet for Wayne. Over 15 winners at the stand so far.
Some big wins, too. Obviously, the 2 big wins with Last Samurai, that Azeri win with last year's Kentucky Oaks winner, Secret Oath. This horse, though, just seems like he really has blossomed the last few starts. I mean, as you said, that win was a surprise in this race last year. No surprise at all should he win it again on Saturday. As you look at the 5-year-old son of Malibu Moon, meet leading rider Christian Torres will be back aboard on Saturday.
Yeah, and, for the late Willis Horton Racing, basically his estate. And, Wayne had great success with Willis Horton in the past. And Dallas Stewart, one of Wayne's proteges, trained for him for a number of years, but now the stable back with the coach. And how about Wayne? 87 years old. I mean, just an incredible individual.
Still getting on his horses, still putting in the hard work, getting up at, 4 in the morning? Might be 3 in the morning.
Yeah, I think with the he's in the barn by 4. Yeah.
It's earlier than I get up, I'll tell you that. A couple of West Coast horses, millionaires, showing up as well. Stiletto Boy, Proxy, they were 1-2 in the big cap when they met March 4th.
Yes, Stiletto Boy wins the Santa Anita Handicap, grade 1 here. It was always prominent and just really fought it out, gutted it out, kept coming with a relentless grinding run on the outside to get it done. And you got to respect him. He's run at Oaklawn before. He's never been off the board there, so he does have an affinity for the racetrack. I think this is a terrific addition to the Oaklawn Handicap.
Very good race. And with these 2 showing up, Proxy pretty accomplished. Over 1.1 million earnings. Stiletto Boy, who beat him, 1.7 million earnings. And they're still bringing some of their big races. And we'll see what Classic Causeway, you can downgrade him and say, yeah, he got to do it easily on the front end. Was off the bench for him. It was getting back to dirt for the first time in a while. He's going to need a little better, but he showed some ability.
But you always have to respect him because he does show up and he has speed, and speed is always dangerous. I will say this, though, with Charge It. He adds blinkers. And even when he won the Dwyer so easily with that huge figure and winning by over 20 lengths, he was green. He was kind of ducking and dodging a bit. I think blinkers could maybe push him over the top, make him a better horse, and he doesn't have to be much better.
He's got that one star-making performance from that Dwyer that a lot of people just stopped and said, this might be the best 3-year-old in the country. We'll see if he can take that next step here and start number 3 of his 4-year-old campaign coming up. We'll have live coverage this Saturday, Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap. Meanwhile, speaking of Pletcher, 1, 2, 3 major chances to get a 3rd Kentucky Derby. The reigning 2-year-old champ, Forte, Tapit Trice, Kingsbarns. Can any one of those 3 deliver? We'll have a preview coming back.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign. What the Peter Pan?
You're watching America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Thanks for being with us. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Time for our Kentucky Derby snapshot. 16 days away from the first Saturday in May. Let's take a look at the leaderboard presented by Claiborne. And atop that list, the 2-year-old champ, Forte, one of 3 major chances for a 3rd Derby for Todd Pletcher.
And he's got 3 very live bullets in the chamber here. Forte, your 2-year-old champion. I think he overcame a lot to win the Florida Derby. A horse that maybe some people are discounting a little bit off of what they thought was less than impressive, but I thought it was impressive in a lot of respects.
Yeah, didn't really turn on the jets at all. He ran for about 100 yards. This was a work back on April 14th, Palm Beach Downs. Forte's on the outside, and it really just a maintenance drill, kind of leg stretcher.
Yeah, they're just kind of galloping along here. A 1/50 for horses of this caliber is, not really even extending themselves whatsoever, but Todd Pletcher puts miles in him. His gallop outs are always something to keep an eye on. These horses continue. They may work a half a mile to the wire, but they continue out much further. And basically, Palm Beach Downs has become Todd Pletcher's private training center during the winter. He has almost all of the barns locked up there. There may be a few other trainers there, but Todd has a majority of his horses there for the winter.
So the 2-year-old champ has done just about everything asked of him, but some left. unimpressed with that final Derby prep. He was throwing his head around on the gate. He didn't seem all that happy. He had a wide trip, and then when he did kick it in, he still looked like he had no chance to win that race. He still got it done.
Well, for a horse to have no chance coming off the quarter pole and then to get up and then win as easily as he did, in the final outcome, I thought was impressive. Now, he did get a little worked up before the start of the Florida Derby, but he did that a little bit in the Fountain of Youth. Now, do you think maybe training at Churchill Downs amidst all that hullabaloo and excitement that he might be a little more settled instead of coming from the sedate atmosphere of Palm Beach Downs shipping up the Gulfstream?
Meanwhile, his stablemate, something Forte can't say. He's undefeated. Perfect 3 for 3. Won that Louisiana Derby back on March 25th. That'll be the final time he has raced heading into that first Saturday in May. He'll come in light on experience. He worked 4 furlongs. 49-2 back on April 14th. He actually worked today as well. Breezed 5 furlongs in a minute and 4 at Churchill.
Yeah, so he likes Churchill. He worked that well at Churchill Downs, and he might be light on experience, but he's heavy in talent. And again, the gallop outs. He took off again after the wire here when the rider gave him a cue, and he took off into that first turn. But this horse is interesting too, Greg, because he's versatile. He can make his trip. He has enough speed to do that. Derby, they go quick. He can come from off the pace. He's a very interesting runner. Tall order to win the Derby in your fourth start. Doesn't have the same kind of foundation Forte does, but a talented colt.
And not the quickest time in the world, obviously, that Louisiana Derby. Some people downgrade his soft fractions up front. But as you said, this is not a front-running type horse. He took advantage and was able to put himself there and get it done on the front end. And you like to see a horse, especially in a race like that does have versatility.
Exactly. 20-horse field, if you have a horse that can adjust to the circumstances, it helps the rider immensely. And he's already won going a mile and 3/16 further than anybody else in North America.
Meanwhile, the third of the triumvirate for Todd Pletcher. I thought such a huge thing for Tapit Trice in his final Derby audition was this right here. This is the best he's ever broke from the gate, and that's huge.
He broke better, still doesn't have speed. I thought it was interesting the way he extricated himself from something. You see, Luis Saez has to ride him. You want to talk about the quintessential bicycle horse, right? He's trying to ride him to hold position there. You wind up having to take up and come out over heels. Then he put him in the race early, down the backstretch. And he was able to make this long, grinding, sustained run. And I've always been under the impression that horses that win the Derby are horses that can make a long, sustained run or horses that can make 2 distinct runs. And this horse has kind of shown both of those qualities. He's got the pedigree. You know that he makes it a little hard on himself because he's not a horse that travels in the bridle. And a rider has to ride him. But Luis Saez is a fit guy. And he's been able to ride this horse continually. I think he's got an immense amount of talent, but he could be prone to maybe not getting the perfect trip in a big field because he doesn't travel in the bridle.
Yeah, but at least we saw a little bit of improvement in terms of him getting out of the gate, not spotting the field, all these lengths up front. A lot of people think of him, too, maybe more down the line as a Belmont horse with that pedigree.
Well, certainly with the pedigree being by Tapit. And listen, Mandy Pope, Whisper Hill Farm, the way they've invested in this game, it's not always nice to see them rewarded.
Live coverage of the third and final leg of the Triple Crown this year. It will be on Big Fox, June 10th. Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes. As we're back to live action here in New York, the 6th race. Here's our post parade. And we start with the 3 who inherits the rail. Oh, Trouble. 6.5 furlongs for $25,000.
Yeah, Oh Trouble, consistent sort, 7-time winner. Has the inside. Needs to get off the inside, I believe.
Victorious Wave gone up to win last time out. Manny Franco back aboard.
Rob Atras looking for his 3rd win of the day. All his horses are running well. Manny Franco still riding that high wave that he's been on.
That win on him last time out sealed that jockey title for him. Letty, 3 for 8 lifetime.
Turning back to, I think, maybe a more appropriate distance. Feels like he's going to have to step it up a little here.
Airport, when he was with a different barn, hit some huge races that some of those races, he'd be an overwhelming favorite in this group.
Yeah, his last couple of races, though, he leave me a little bit skeptical. He needs to get back to that better form.
It has escaped him last couple of starts. Karis for Randy Prasad.
Another one just feels like he'd have to find one of his better races, and even his best race might not be good enough here.
Digital Future, we'll see next. There's the 9 who drops down.
Yeah, dropping class, always helpful when you can get back to a level that you can be competitive. This start 3 back was very good.
And Ragtime Blues is going to meet O'Trouble again. He was 5th behind him when O'Trouble ran 2nd last time out. He stumbled out of the gate slightly.
Get the outside draw. Kendrick Carmouche, who's acutely aware of the inside part of the track being more tiring. And he's got speed, but he's not forced into the race. A lot to like with Ragtime Blues.
And he has a couple of huge figures that he's run. In fact, one of them just 2 starts back. He's 7-2 from that outside post. We'll have this 6th, approaching the 4-minute mark to post when we come back here on America's Day at the Races from Aqueduct. Stay with us.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Digs down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown Triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at BelmontStakes.com.
The Run Happies are running. The Run Happies are selling. The Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, burning up the tracks. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Good to have you with us. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, getting set for race 6. We're 2 minutes to post in this $25,000 claiming sprint coming up here at 6.5 furlongs. And the 3 main players in this race, 2-1, 7-2 between those top 3. Let's take a look again at O'Trouble. And there he is, that gray, who had at one point won 4 of 5 races before he went out of town.
Yeah, Laurel can be a pretty demanding kind of racetrack too, and he's obviously shown an affinity for Aqueduct. 6 wins from 11 tries here with 4 seconds and a third. I just wonder now, with 2 scratches inside of him, he winds up on the rail, and the rail just has not been the place to be. Is he going to be able to extricate himself from that rail position? You know, and that's a big question to me. I just think horses down inside are taking the worst of it today.
2 starts back for O'Trouble. That's when the win streak came to an end for him. He put together 3 in a row. But he did run second behind Looney Seaman. Put in actually a big move in that race. And the horse who finished behind him, Ragtime Blues. And we see potentially a scratch of the 5 here. Yes, the 5 Letty will be coming out of the race. So back to the barn for Letty.
Yeah, and again, one of the safety protocols in place, if a rider does not like the way a horse is warming up, there's an examining veterinarian station at the starting gate. They go talk to him. The horse will be scratched. He'll have to go through a full physical exam and work out to the satisfaction of the examining veterinarian before they'll be allowed to enter in a race again. And sometimes horses look fine, but a rider feels something that you can't see. Always better to err on the side of caution.
No question. So back to the barn for Letty. Wait to see him back another day. Well, let's get back to Ragtime Blues. So the last time we saw him, stumbled a bit out of the gate. We're going to pick it up here in the stretch. He was in the mix at this point, but then Well, I'm talking about a race actually last time out. This is actually the good Ragtime Blues, where he would wind up finishing the deal, sitting close to the pace and putting up a 94 Beyer speed figure.
Yeah, and I elevate Ragtime Blues because of the outside position and Kendrick Carmouche understanding how this racetrack's been playing. Now, he was able to gut it out this day, kind of kicked on away from horses, got it done. We saw, O Trouble finishing in behind him that day. Now, O Trouble, came back and kind of turned the tables on him. But I think the way the racetrack is and the draw favors Ragtime Blues.
Meanwhile, the 8-5 choice right now, I was surprised by this. Victorious Wave. Winner last time out, able to come and get win for gold. And you give him some credit there. A horse who finished third in here, Z-Bear, who wound up backing up a little bit, would come back to win and is now 2 for 3 for Linda Rice.
Yeah, and listen, I think a lot has to do with the fact that Rob Atras is just on such a good roll. His horses are looking good, and they're running to their looks. And this horse was relentless. It looked like he got outpaced a little bit turning for home, and he kept coming under very strong handling from Manny Franco. But he's going to have to step it up again. His best races to date aren't as good as either O Trouble or Ragtime Blues.
Yeah, I'm surprised he is at 9-5 on the board. No question. He's in the mix, but to be the favorite, there he is stepping in. So Manny Franco, for Atras, M&A Racing. Horse who was 4 for 9. Loads up the rematch between O Trouble, Ragtime Blues, the 3 and the 10 getting reunited. There's Karis moving in. Set for the 6th. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Ragtime Blues goes in. All set. And they're off. O Trouble breaks well, but is now passed by Victorious Wave, who wants the front. It's Victorious Wave, who's right there with Airport, and they fly early. Up on the outside is going to be Ragtime Blues, as in the Orange Silks is going to track in third. There's O Trouble at the rail in fourth. Way up on the far outside, Digital Future is 3 lengths off the lead, is way on the far outside of the racetrack, and Karis is the trailer. A pace stool up front. To the inside, it's a Victorious Wave, who's got a neck in front. Pressure to the outside here from Airport. They went 22-3 for that opening quarter mile. O Trouble is right in behind them. Is to the inside here of Ragtime Blues. It's a wide run, but Digital Future is now looming up, and here comes Digital Future, who's launching a big rally there from 5th. At the back, it's Karis, who's going to have to make up 10. Head and head as they approach a quarter mile left to go. To the inside, it's Victorious Wave. Airport hasn't gone anywhere. Ragtime Blues, and still making up this ground is Digital Future in the green cab way up on the far outside as they reach the top of the stretch. It's Victorious Wave who's trying to find more to the inside. Continuing to chase there is Airport, and here comes the run from Digital Future on the grandstand side. Down towards the rail, it's still Victorious Wave, finding plenty right now. Victorious Wave. Digital Future is now pushing on by, and here comes Digital Future to the outside of Victorious Wave. Digital Future with a neck in front. Digital Future gets a score. It's Digital Future over Victorious Wave. Then came Ragtime Blues, and finishing fourth, that was Airport in 1 minute 19.28 seconds.
Trainer Ray Handel, Jorge Vargas Jr., and a 5-year-old who'd been off since late January, coming back for the 4th win of his career.
Seemed to get back to that start, 3 back, way back in November. Is freshened for the winter. Ray Handel has him ready. Comes with that wide, relentless wide run under Jorge Vargas. And, I still think the outside's a better place to be. Victorious Wave was down on the inside, ran well, hung in there. It's just interesting, if you even look at the head-on or going back to the top of the stretch, how much lighter the color of the dirt is towards the inside. It gives me the impression that it's drier. Ragtime Blues was trying to lug in, giving Kendrick Carmouche a hard time. And a horse that probably likes to run on the rail, and Kendrick trying to keep him off the rail because it's probably the better place to be. But he's definitely a horse that seems to do his best running when he's inside.
Digital Future for Ray Handel, who, by the way, is going to the Kentucky Oaks this year with a victory here in the 6th.
Churchill Downs may never be the same.
Look out, Twins Fires. Digital Future really kicked into gear late for this victory, and this is going to play big. Pick 6 carryover, pick 5 as well, 6-1 shot. coming up with a victory here for the biggest upset we've seen in the sequence today in both the Pick 6 and Pick 5. We're going to take a timeout. We'll have those prices for you when we come back. Going to talk more Oaklawn Handicap when we return, and an old man will be part of the mix. Rated R Superstar when we come back. Stay with us.
Accelerate, a 5-time Grade 1 winner with over $6 million in earnings. In 2018 alone, he won the Santa Anita Handicap, the Gold Cup, the Pacific Classic by a record-setting 12.5 lengths, the Awesome Again, and bested a world-class field in the Breeders' Cup Classic. A grandson of legendary Lanes End stallion Smart Strike, Accelerate stands to continue his grandsire's legacy at Lanes End.
Thanks for being with us on our Thursday afternoon coverage from Aqueduct. Getting set for the 7th. Up next, our program brought to you in part where you can play it all at NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. NYRABets.com. Digital Future. Hadn't seen him since January 27th. Comes back with a winning performance for trainer Ray Handel with Jorge Vargas Jr.
You look at the color of the racetrack. See the inside, just that lighter tan look, and then the outside a little bit darker. And this horse comes with a relentless wide run, and I still think that's the place to be. Hung on his left lead all the way through the stretch. It looked like Victorious Wave was going to hold everybody off, but this horse just kept grinding, got it done. Victorious Wave very game after setting the pace under pressure. And Ragtime Blues just missed second after trying to lug in and giving Kendrick a bit of a hard time. Not always easy to ride, get a horse to go forward when they're trying to lug one way or the other with you.
$14.80 for the win. Digital Future. Ooh, $394. That'll help that price there in terms of this Pick 6 carryover. That is, how is that big? $194 with Electra was your favorite. Salta de Tigre, I believe, was your favorite.
Yep.
Wow, that horse played huge in your multis. That is crazy. $194 for that Pick 3? All right, race 7 up next. We're going to sprint on the grass. 6 furlongs over the outer turf. First allowance condition race. And this is, as the board reflects here, wide open. Kawaimia River coming back for the first time for John Terranova since early June last year.
Yeah, certainly some very good races last year sprinting on the turf. Will he be ready off the bench? A lot of times, particularly with male horses, colts and whole horses, they put on more weight with the time off, and it's harder to train them into fitness. And he's been off since last June. That's a tall order. I mean, John Terranova is a terrific horseman and knows how to get horses ready off a layoff, but think in terms of humans. As you get older, it's a little harder to obtain your optimum fitness.
Faced some pretty good ones, though, the last time he was racing. Yes and Yes, 5-time winner, just shy of 400 grand on the grass. Big Everest has won 5 of his last 6. We'll get to that race post-parade coming up in just a little bit. Of course, Oaklawn this weekend. This is the big one we're looking forward to, our ABR Race of the Week. Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap. We've talked about some of the major players. Guess who else is showing up? The 10-year-old Rated R Superstar, who was claimed for $50,000 back in January 21 as an 8-year-old. You don't see that very often. Well, since that claim by Danny Caldwell and Allison, he's gone on to win 6 times, 5 of them stakes victories. Here's more.
Rated R Superstar Snapper Sinclair. Rated R Superstar won the Essex.
You know, I'd been watching Rated R, and he just kind of caught my eye because of his running style. He runs the last, quarter, half mile really hard, but he kind of just takes his time and takes care of himself, the first part of the race, and those horses know how to take care of themselves.
I kind of had to twist Danny's arm. He doesn't like to tell this story very much. He had the claim card filled out, and he's like, man, I don't know if I should do it. He is an older horse.
A lot of people give up on them when they turn that age. They run out their conditions, so they don't have any conditions, so then they put them in a tag, and a lot of times they'll get claimed and moved around.
I said, Danny, if you don't do this, I don't ever want to hear you tell me that you're upset about him coming back and beating you later on.
And here comes the veteran 8-year-old Rated R Superstar to run by and win.
I had to ask him, did you drop on him? He said, yeah, I did.
This horse had a lot of back class, and back class don't lie. And I knew if he still had anything in the tank, with our program, we take it easy, we don't train real hard on him, he would love our barn, and so far we've been very fortunate with him.
Rated R Superstar, one more try. Mucho Rated R Superstar. Here's the old man, Rated R Superstar in the center. Plainsman is still there. These 3, Rated R Superstar. How about that? The 9-year-old wins the Essex.
He's got his own personality, and if he don't like something, he's not going to do it. If he likes it, he's going to go out there and do 110%. He's got a goat named Teddy that hangs out right by his stall, and it kind of takes his mind off racing sometimes, I guess, and keeps him fresh and happy.
He's been a blessing to us. When you have a horse not only come to your barn and do well, but exceed your expectations, I think that's a really rewarding feeling.
I would have never dreamed that he would have been this good. I thought he still had some gas in the tank, and I thought he would probably run, maybe be an allowance horse for us. But did I dream I'd be running in the Oaklawn Handicap this year? No, I can't say I would dream that. We've been very fortunate that he's been sound and he's doing well, and as long as he does well, we're going to let him race.
What a horse. What a claim. It's a brave move. Spend $50,000 on an 8-year-old who probably most would think best days behind him. Danny and Allison Caldwell saw something in this horse, and he has rewarded them handsomely.
Yeah, I don't think you can put an age on a horse to say, when they're going to stop being good. Some horses just get better as they get older. I mean, he's 10. He's earned $1.8 million. He needs pace. He's a horse that wants to, lag a little early, a little bit slow early, but he finishes if he gets legitimate pace to run at. Now, maybe he's lost a step. I don't know if we can say that definitively yet, because I don't think he's caught real legitimate paces, except the mile race, the 5th season. But that was a mile, maybe a little bit short of his best, and he did close that day. In New York, we have a rule you're not allowed to run a horse at 10 years of age. And we see horses that are in good form past that age. I think it's more of an individual thing. I mean, years ago, you couldn't run a 5-year-old maiden in New York. Now you can run a 5- or 6-year-old maiden even, but you can't run a 10-year-old horse that's in good form. I think, it should be an individual case-by-case, kind of a decision.
He's making that rule look a little bit silly. I mean, this is a horse who, obviously still has a lot of ability. Not sure if he's up to the ability of the field he's going to meet on Saturday still. But look, he's been getting pieces of some big races, including at this meet this year at Oaklawn. This was one of his big moments. This was last year, Grade 3 Essex victory as a 9-year-old at 8-1.
Yeah, and again, he's a horse that wants to rally outside. He comes with a late run. He always looked like he was a winner this day. He was traveling well on David Cabrera and came and finished the deal. But he got a fairly legitimate pace to run at, 23-1, 47 flat. That's the key to Rated R Superstar's success. If he gets legitimate pace to finish into.
He might get a little more pace than he's at least seen the last few races Saturday.
Well, with Charge It, obviously Classic Causeway, even Stiletto Boy.
Yeah.
So it could heat up on the front end and set up well for his late run. I always found when I rode horses like this, more deep closing types, if I rode them to get a check, not necessarily riding them to win, riding them to be third, I would make more of the right moves and I'd be in the right position without using them turning for home. And then you get the big check. Don't try to do too much and get them into position because it'll kind of thwart their finish. But if you ride them to get a check, you get the big check.
See what kind of run he can put in. This 10-year-old on Saturday. It'll be fun to see him back in the mix with our ABR Race of the Week. Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap. We'll have live coverage this weekend. We're going to take a timeout. Up next, 7th, sprinting on the lawn. This first allowance condition, and that is Kawaimea River. Long time away for this 5-year-old. First start back since early June. Trying to get his second win on the turf for John Terranova.
Known Agenda.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Nest, much the best.
Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malafat coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? It is Malafat.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Back on America's Day of the Races, 7th is up next on our Thursday coverage here. 6 furlong sprint over the outer turf. This first allowance condition race. Here's the one we showed you going to break, Kawaimea River for trainer John Terranova. See if Jorge Vargas Jr. can go back-to-back. This horse, when running, as we talked about earlier, was facing some very good ones.
He's really faced much tougher fields than the rest of his rivals today. And I mean, I have questions about him coming off the layoff, but I'm having a hard time coming up with an alternative. He worked out a beautiful trip this day, right? Got to save all the ground. And he was coming up the inside. Couldn't get by the likes of Big Everest, but Big Everest has just been ultra consistent. Won another stake, the Danger's Hour, the other day.
5 wins his last 6 starts. Big Everest. We mentioned Yes and Yes he faced before that. He was a 5-time winner of almost 400 grand on the grass. Scuttlebuzz has shown talent on the lawn as well. We will see off the bench how effective he can be here. Obviously, he is going to break part of that entry there. He's post 3. The other half of the entry gets the extreme outside post, who's going to be on the turf for the first time. So Suis Summer, here's the 3, Manny Franco, and this is our current favorite.
Yeah, I mean, he's also run some races good enough, certainly, to win here. Now he stretched out to 7.5 furlongs at Gulfstream. Now he turns back to 6 furlongs. I think 6 furlongs probably just about the right distance for him.
Tactical speed.
This was going 5 furlongs, and he worked out a good trip. Looked like he was going to get there.
Flying up front, too. I mean, they went 21 and change, 43 and change to the half, and he was not far off it.
You think about a half in 44, right? So that means they go 11, 22, 33, 44. Somewhere in there, they threw an eighth and 10 and change. That's smoking. That's not downhill at Santa Anita. That's on the flat.
That is moving, no question. And today, a lot of people believe can be best of the form cycle, third off the bench for this 4-year-old. But just 1 for 13 lifetime on the lawn as we get a look here at the 6. Winter's Sun. And Jason Wyas, the apprentice, will be aboard here at 9-2.
Yeah, he won up in Saratoga going 5.5 furlongs. I thought he had a good trip this day, had to wait, but got the split. Came running under Junior Alvarado. Now you get an apprentice on the turf. And it takes apprentices a while to really kind of master the turf. You're racing in much tighter quarters, much more packed up, more decisions to make. He got an absolutely lovely trip this day under Junior Alvarado. But he does have one race on the dirt, just a tune-up, right? Something to shake the ring rust off, and now gets back to the preferred surface. I think this is a really tough race to handicap because I think there's questions for everybody. I think Kawaii River is the best horse, but he's also coming off a layoff, a fairly substantial layoff too.
He is. Question marks. I don't think we'll see 4-1. That's what the entry's at right now. We'll keep our eyes on the odds, though. And we'll get to our post parade here coming up. Back Saturday, of course, we have Cross Country Pick 5. Always excited to see the return of this sequence involving multiple racetracks. Begins at Keeneland with a Grade 2 Elkhorn and Bathhouse Row with a couple of horses we could see in the second leg and beyond of the Triple Crown. We'll be lining up there. But meanwhile, Keeneland's Elkhorn will kick it off. 1.5 miles on the turf. And Mike Maker, probably best known for taking these elder statesmen or claimers and kind of rejuvenating their careers going long in the grass, and that's what he's done with Red Knight.
It's really uncanny how he gets horses to stretch out and go these marathon distance on the turf. I mean, you think about Therapist just at Gulfstream a week or so ago to get a horse that always looked like a mile might have been topping him out to go 1.5 miles.
He's a master at it. Horses had a huge 2022, over $400,000. Value Engineering, highest honors. Take a look at their showdown at Gulfstream back on March 4th, and Value Engineering for Mike Maker came out on top.
Yeah, Value Engineering is a horse that can make his own trip, can stalk, put himself in position to finish. The son of Lemon Drop Kid, 7-year-old gelding. And just, again, Mike Maker, incredible. Gets these horses to keep finding air and able to get these elongated distances.
These 1.5 mile turf races, what was your belief in riding these races? Or it just depends who you're on and you got to take it race by race?
Well, obviously it depends on the horse's style, but I think two things are critical in 1.5 mile races. It's around 3 turns, so saving ground becomes paramount. And getting horses off the bridle. Horses cannot pull and get long distances. They use more energy fighting with the rider. If a horse switches off and waits for the rider's cues, it helps so much to go long.
Let's go back to Red Knight. So the 9-year-old won his 9-year-old debut in this race. The Grade 3 William McKnight, now 3 wins his last 5 starts since Mike Maker has taken over.
And this is more of a deep closing type. People say, well, horses that close, they like distances. A lot of times it doesn't translate to 1.5 mile races. It's horses that have position. That's not the case with Red Knight. He's a horse that's able to really finish. He's 11 for 32 lifetime with 8 seconds. He's ultra consistent. He shows up and he has a finishing kick going these distances. And he's won at Keeneland. And Keeneland's turf course can be tricky. Some horses don't take to it. Obviously, he has no problem with it.
All right, that's part of that Cross Country Pick 5. That'll kick things off this weekend. Post-parade time here back in the 7th at Aqueduct for the 6-furlong turf sprint. And it's still Sosua Summer. Bill Mott, Manny Franco, 2-1 favoritism. Going to start with the entry, though, and it's post 3 for this one. Kawaii River back for the first time since early June.
Has faced much better. I do think he is has the most natural talent of anybody in this race. Is he ready off the bench?
Stablemate going to be on the turf for the first time here. Flash Kiss, the outside post.
Yeah, trying turf for the first time. Not seeing an overwhelming amount of turf pedigree here.
After 5 gets the rail, Trevor McCarthy.
Has won at the distance sprinting on the turf. Feels like he's going to have to improve.
There's Manny Franco in the favorite for Belmont.
Yeah, listen, his race 2 back going 5 furlongs was terrific, and now he gets another furlong to negotiate after turning back from 7.5. It's certainly a contender.
Ikigai, Kendrick Carmouche, and this horse, we know what he wants to do. He wants to go to the front.
I think this is the speed of the speed. How long does he take him?
Winter Sun, Jason Wyas here for Marcelo Arenas.
No, we watched his race at Saratoga last summer where he got an absolutely beautiful trip and won at better than $85 to win.
This horse with ability, but we've not seen him since November 20th of 2021.
That is an extended layoff. You said he's fresh.
It certainly is. Last time we saw him, best race he ever ran, by the way, 83 Beyer in a win. Here's Leonids, Todd Beatty, and Junior Alvarado back in town aboard.
Yeah, comes in some good works at Penn National. Tried synthetic, first time on turf.
And there's the favorite, Manny Franco, dropped from the current betting favorite, but hops right back aboard. So good news, did not get away. Manny fine.
Manny Franco is maybe one of the most resilient and tough riders we have. I've seen him take some tumbles. On Wood Day, the tumble he took, and he bounces back and just never seems to phase him. He's just a real athletic guy.
Yeah, we say it a lot. He's probably the most athletic guy in that room.
And you see, in the jockey trainer basketball game, to benefit the,
he's got skills.
Anna House and the PDJF. He's an athlete. The guy's just an all-around athlete. He wanted to be a baseball player. He's a really good shortstop, from what I understand.
He's on the 2-1 favorite here. Third off the bench for Sosua Summer. As we approach the 3-minute mark to post, coming up here in the 7th. And we're going to go back to this one here, Kawaii River. Can John Terranova have this one ready off the bench? If he is ready, he's going to be very tough.
He's just faced significantly better than anybody else in here and has conducted himself well against better. Again, I just go back to, and I do this a lot, and maybe it's not fair, but I equate horses and human athletes to each other. And I know as I got older, right, coming back off an injury, it took me even longer to get myself to my optimum fitness level. And I feel it's the same about horses. As they get older, it's just not as easy to train them into a race.
And back to that pick 3 that I couldn't believe, and I still am scratching my head. I don't understand how it paid what it did, but for $1, the pick 3, the last 3 races, favorite, Digital Future at 6-1, $194. That's for $1 pick 3. So if you're alive in this pick 6, or for that matter, even the pick 5, that horse who just won the last race playing a lot bigger, obviously, than the 6-1 that he came in at.
Yeah, no doubt, and that's the beauty of coming to the races, right? You have that potential.
It's just bizarre. Here's Ikigai. This one going to try and take him gate to wire under Kendrick Carmouche, 9-2 on the speed of the field. And a lot of times you see horses with dirt speed, they're not as quick on the turf. It's not the case with this horse. He's quick on both surfaces.
No, he has shown really good speed on turf as well as dirt. It seems like his speed has gotten more consistent as of late. I honestly, this race to me is a head scratcher. I'm almost tempted to pick Ikigai because at least they've got to catch him. But boy, that's a generous price on Kawaii River, 7-2.
It is. Didn't expect this. He was 2-1 morning line. Take a look here at the doubles. And second choice doubles probably going to come down a little, I would think. Closer to 5-2 at least. But it's been solid favoritism for Sosua Summer throughout. As you take a look at another contender, that's a big, after 5, big number there on a horse who has some good turf efforts.
Yeah, that is another big price. I will say this about Kawaii River. Even though the works aren't fast, March 13th, March 20th, March 27th, April 3rd, April 8th, April 15th, he has not had any interruptions in his training since the beginning of March, at least, that we know of, that we're aware of. And that tells me that you've got a horse that is healthy. When you see interruptions in the training or bigger gaps in their works, usually that means they're managing something or trying to get a horse healthy. He's healthy.
Meanwhile, back to the speed Ikigai. And we know Kendrick likes to be aggressive when he can, and he's certainly on the horse to be aggressive with here. See if this horse, a couple perplexing efforts. I mean, he ran good Belmont and Aqueduct September, and then he had the lead again, and he just completely threw in the white towel.
Yeah, it's hard to have confidence in him as well. I mean, he's a horse that has had clear leads and has gotten run down. I think this, to me, even looking at this last night, was the hardest race to handicap all day.
Yeah, that's why we love to have turf racing back, because so much more goes into it. Trips, things can happen. The best horse can maybe get boxed in, not get to make his run, his or her run. And you can get big prices that create huge multi-race payoffs.
I'm going to go with who I think is the best horse in the race, even with the question of the layoff in Kawaimia River.
And that price is coming down to 3-1 right now. And probably going to click down another notch here before the gates open. There's Trevor McCarthy after 5. Won on a sloppy seal track on dirt last time out. Does own a victory on the lawn. And usually coming from off the pace, that'll be his style. So Trevor McCarthy can just immediately save ground from that inside post. We'll see if he can work out a trip on this runner, who's a big price at 9-1. But the public has gravitated to this one. So Sua Summer, Bill Mott, Manny Franco. You talked about those incredibly fast fragments. I mean, this horse potentially could be, maybe just off Ikigai.
Might fall into that perfect trip, right? Right in behind Ikigai, make his way out when he needs to. But after 5 is going to run well. I think he'll go as well from off the pace.
Set for the 7th, 6 furlongs over the outer turf.
Ikigai moves in. Here's
Chris
Elusive
Griffin
Edge
with the call.
Leonids and Flash Kiss is in. All set. And they're off. Ikigai's got early speed from in between horses right out to the front. Up on the outside is going to be Leonids, who's trying to be in the early mix as well. And at the rail, there's After 5. They're chasing Ikigai up the backstretch in between horses there. So Sua Summer is now going to take back. Is under a very tight hold there, is in the 4th position. Out wider there is Flash Kiss. To the inside of that rival comes Elusive Edge. Down towards the inside at the rail there is Winter Sun, is in the blue cap, is trying to progress as well. And at the back, it's Kawaimia River. They work into the far turn, and Ikigai is well in control. It's Ikigai who went 22-3 for that opening quarter mile. Here comes the run from Leonids, wanting to get off the rail, and now here comes the run from Sua Summer. Manny Franco reined this runner back, is now moving out 3 wide, is chasing this leader. Ikigai's had it all his own way up front. It's Ikigai who now kicks for home. Chasing in the clear is After 5, so Sua Summer is trying to pick it up. Winter Sun is rallying on down towards the inside on Elusive Edge. Here comes the run from After 5, who's ready to challenge Ikigai. And now After 5 is kicked on. It's After 5 who's kicking away. Kawaimia River is getting up late here, but it's going to be After 5 to get the jump, and After 5 gets the win. Kawaimia River did run on there for second, so Sua Summer. Then came Ikigai and Winter Sun in 1 minute 8.78 seconds.
Trevor McCarthy after 5 for trainer Patrick Quick off the claim. This horse actually floated up to 10-1.
Claimed this horse for $14,000. Puts him back on the turf. Gets the lion's share of an $82,000 purse. And gets an absolutely picture-perfect trip and ride from Trevor McCarthy. He fired out of the gate from post 1 to make sure he grabbed his position, sat right in behind Ikigai, was able to save all of that ground before coming out. Kawaimia River, a little further back than normal, came with a very strong finish, but it was all the 2 After 5 with the perfect trip, perfect ride under Trevor McCarthy to get it done over Kawaimia River, who wound up going off 5-2. Trips in turf racing so important. Watch this race. probably 8 different times, and you're going to see all the trips everybody had, and that's how you really kind of get a feel for how well or how poorly horses ran.
2-1, 3-5, 10-1. The second biggest price on the board after we saw that huge pick 3 in the last race. Wow, all of a sudden things getting very interesting in this pick 6. Carryover in the late pick 5.
Absolutely. And, you know, again, this was a race that you could make a case for several. This was a horse I thought had a bit of a look. And again, the ride and the trip makes the difference. You post one, not getting shuffled back, grabbing that position, sitting that coveted pocket trip on the turf, so important. Listen, you have to have the horse to do it, and he certainly did. And great job by Pat Quick to claim a horse for 14 and get it done in an $82,000 pot.
Might be headed for a double carryover. Pick 3 here, by the way, for $1, $678. It's Trevor McCarthy, Patrick Quick, Thumps Racing Stable, and after 5 at double-digit odds.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our Thursday coverage here on FS2, brought to you by NYRA Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to NYRABets.com. After 5 at 10-1 in the Thursday feature, Trevor McCarthy, first off, the clean win for trainer Patrick Quick.
Look at the trip he's sitting. He's got horse. Of course, you need horse to take advantage of that position. Inside positions in turf racing so important. Tipped out at just the right moment and gets it done. Good job by Pat Quick. Claim a horse for $14,000 and gets it done in an $82,000 purse baiting back to the turf.
That's incredible. So that's a very savvy claim.
Absolutely. You know, and listen, this was a horse that won last time for 14 on the dirt, so it's nice to know that he has the ability on either surface, but obviously a little better on the turf. Good trip, good ride. Trevor McCarthy, great job, Pat Quick.
Tidy little profit off that claim, $23.20 for the win. See that pick 3, $678 as a result of that. 2 horses alive to the pick 6 being hit after this sequence has come in. Digital Future after 5, creating what is potentially a double carryover. Everyone except for the 3 and the 10 in the nightcap. Result in the pick 6 carrying again into Friday. Those obviously Two of the top three, anyway, to beat on the board right now. Going to close things out with a 6-furlong sprint. New York breds, $25,000 maiden claiming race.
Yeah, another tough race to end this pick 5 sequence in, all right? Maiden 25s. I'm always looking for a fresh face here.
All right, we'll get to that post parade. Have more on this field coming up in a little bit to close out this Thursday card. Let's get back to Keeneland, part of that cross-country pick 5 coming up this weekend. The Grade 3 Ben Ally. Mile 3/16 on the main track, $300,000 purse, and Skippy Longstocking for Safi Joseph. Impressive winner in that Grade 3 Challenger at Tampa back on March 11th.
Yeah, another horse that kind of makes his own trip. This horse was on the Derby Trail last year. Well, he ran in the Preakness and the Belmont anyway before winning the West Virginia Derby. And he was very good this day. And again, a horse creates his own trip. He's fast enough to put himself in the game. You get Irad Ortiz Jr., who's already ridden 138 winners this year.
Incredible. So Skippy, he's going to take plenty of support. 7-5 morning line favorite. Meanwhile, Pioneer of Medina for Todd Pletcher. Tyler Gaffleone. And this is a look at his Grade 3 Mineshaft victory back on February 18th.
Yeah, a good effort here at Fairgrounds. Louis Saez aboard. He gets Tyler Gaffleone, who's riding terrific, winning at 25% at the current Keeneland stand. And Todd Pletcher, what are you going to say? I mean, these horses are consistent. They show up. They run hard. And Pioneer of the Nile actually did Pioneer of Medina, excuse me, did contest the Kentucky Derby last year, regrouped. Seems like he's come back better at 4.
Crazily, I thought he had an outside shot in that Derby. Did not pan out for him. But, yeah, he's put together some big performances. Skippy Longstopping obviously got the better of him when they met in that Ireland Holiday. We'll see not just about those two in that race. That cross-country pick 5 is a good sequence this Saturday.
Hey, it's a really good sequence. And just listen, this race is so competitive. Even a horse like Rattle and Roll has races that I think can make him competitive here. Just a terrific group of races coast to coast.
Where do you try and pare things down? That's the key. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. 3-year-olds with maybe some designs on the middle jewel, the Triple Crown. Win this race. If you're Triple Crown nominated, get an automatic berth to the Preakness. Red Route 1 would love to be there for Steve Asmussen. Second in the Rebel before that flop in the Arkansas Derby, and Victory Formation trying to get back on track for Brad Cox.
Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at BelmontStakes.com.
Gunrunner is the sire of 6 Grade 1 winners from his first crop and currently ranks number 5 on the general sire list. In 2022, he led all stallions standing in North America by percentage of Grade 1 winners, percentage of Grade 1 stakes horses, percentage of stakes horses, and percentage of stakes winners. Owner Breeder Magazine wrote, 3 Chimneys is home to one of the most exciting young stallions in North America, one that is already eliciting comparisons with Danzig and Mr. Prospector.
Tampa Bay Downs has a rich thoroughbred horse racing history in Florida dating back to 1926. Celebrities such as Babe Ruth, Jack Dempsey, and John Ringling all attended opening day. In 1981, Hall of Fame jockey Julie Crone won her first career race here, and in 2007, we saw Street Sense win the Tampa Bay Derby and go on later that year to win the Kentucky Derby. Featuring full fields, great turf racing, and a 15% takeout on our Pick 5, Tampa Bay Downs is live racing every Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
let's take a closer look at the variable of distance. Some horses, they'll be going the distance. Others, you guessed it, they're going for speed. Speed horses, or sprinters, are typically the children of speedy parents. Same thing goes for route runners or longer distance runners. Their parents usually ran better going farther. This is a 1 mile race. So ideally, we'd like to find the horse who might run best at this 1 mile distance. Luckily, there's a box in each horse's section that tells you how they've done at the distance. This horse, for example, has run a mile 9 times. He finished first once, he finished second twice, and finished third once. Next, you'll compare those numbers to other horses in the race to get a better feel for who might run best at today's distance.
Back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Bathhouse Row out in Hot Springs. And we're going to run the edition of the Bathhouse Row coming up with an automatic berth into the Preakness, providing you're Triple Crown nominated. See it on Saturday. Mile and an eighth for 3-year-olds and Red Route 1. Victory Formation. They return. Although Tappet Shoes looks like he could be tough for Brad Cox. Let's start with Red Route 1, but we know comes from so far out of it for Steve Asmussen.
I love Joel Rosario getting this mount. I just think this is going to be a match made in heaven. Joel's so good on deep closers, horses that need to get in a rhythm, find their stride, and you know, witnessed by Clairiere, like the way he'll get them to finish and deliver him at the right moment. I think this is going to be peaches and cream.
Usually times it just right. And we'll see if he has the magic touch on this son of Gunrunner, who you're going to need to time it right. He takes a while to get into gear. Just that one win to his credit. Second in the Rebel, second in the Southwest, and then got off to a poor start, which sort of did him in the Arkansas Derby.
Yeah, I mean, he just was left too much to do after getting off poorly, and he's a horse that's his Achilles heel, isn't it?
Meanwhile, Victory Formation, he started off perfect 3 for 3 for Brad Cox. Horse would be forward, usually on the front end in 2 of those 3 performances. But then he got upstaged by stablemate in the Risen Star, Angel of Empire.
And he went off as the favorite in that Risen Star, and basically it was just a no-show. I mean, he really didn't have any visible excuse. He just didn't run. Now he gets, you know, Luis Saez back here at Oaklawn. Races on Lasix this time for the first time. He's very interesting, but, I mean, what do you make of the last effort? Or non-effort?
It's tough, and maybe, yeah, he wasn't even as forward as he usually wants to be, too. You could say, well, maybe he doesn't want a mile and an eighth, but, yeah, he just was not involved the way we're used to seeing him. Maybe put a line through it. We'll see if he can bounce back. Maybe if anyone can figure it out, Brad Cox can.
Yeah, certainly. I think I might like the other Brad Cox a little bit better in Tappet Shoes. Pedigree there, horse that might be going forward. And I agree with you. You can't say Victory Formation didn't want the distance. He was beaten a long ways out. It wasn't as though he ran to the 8th pole and stopped. You knew he was done before the quarter pole.
Meanwhile, 2 Eagles River, 2 back. He went gate to wire for Chris Hartman. Warranted a shot off that performance. Got a 91 buyer for the win, and here it is to put him in the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby, which did not pan out. So now it's back to a more realistic spot.
Yeah, I think so. Take a step back, regroup. He might have regressed a bit from that big effort in the allowance race that propelled him to the Arkansas Derby. Now, the horse that won at Angel of Empires, full disclosure, as of right now, you know, and things can change watching horses train up to the Derby and post positions. I'm not going to make a hard and fast pick, but right now, Angel of Empires is my Kentucky Derby horse.
He looked really good in that Arkansas Derby win, and he certainly looks like the best of the Brad Cox runners that we're going to see. Look forward to this. Horses who potentially could, you always have, that's why the Triple Crown's so tough, horses in waiting, pass on the Derby. Going to have some new shooters in there, and potentially the winner of this race as well, going to be lying in wait for the Kentucky Derby winner.
Yeah, years ago, horses would go through the whole Triple Crown series. Even if they didn't win the Derby, they would still go to the Preakness. Now it seems like really you only get the Derby winner out of, you know, into the Preakness out of the Derby. and it's ripe for a fresh face. And then you get horses that kind of lay in wait and take the Preakness off in the Belmont. And I think that's one of the reasons why it's just so difficult to win the Triple Crown, because you do have horses that are kind of picking their spots. If they don't win the Derby, they can regroup.
3 races in 5 weeks at those increasing distances too, obviously for the Belmont. And yeah, it is a tough thing to try and do. No one seems to think we have a horse like that of that caliber this year. Even though we have, I think, a horse that a lot of people think is going to be the favorite and has a ton of talent, Forte, but no one's mentioned those words.
Well, listen, it's such a hard thing to do, and, you know, we've seen it go in stops and starts, right? The 70s, we had 3 Triple Crown winners. Then we didn't have one for how many years? And now we've had 2 in a fairly short amount of time. It's just so difficult to do, and if you do it, you're great.
16 days away from that first Saturday in May. Back to New York here, and going to close out again this card with a 6-furlong state-bred maiden claiming sprint. This horse is one of the 2 that results in the pick 6 getting hit today. Trevor McCarthy looking for the late double, and this horse was just 3rd at this condition at Saratoga the last time we saw him.
Yeah, so he's coming off a fairly long layoff, a slow but steady work tab. Is well drawn outside. I'm still under the impression that I'm going to give an edge to outside runners on the main track.
So should he win this 10 horse, 52,500 and change. The 3 horse, Gentleman Burglar, over 100,000. Everybody else carries to a double pick 6 carryover on Friday.
Yeah, I mean, if you're alive, the Gentleman Burglar or the 10 horse Baron Marquise, man, you want to talk about a good day at the races.
Oh my gosh. That's why we love this game. These 2 certainly major players, maybe the 2 to beat in the race, but it is not by any means just those 2. I thought this was a very difficult race.
Yeah, I did too, and you get some first-time starters here. The 2 horse Thomas SP, he's got a nice, long, steady work tab for trainer Phil Serpy, but he does draw the rail. Always tough for a first-timer, and particularly with a track that may not be kind to inside runners.
10 minutes of post finale coming up on this Thursday card. See what happens to the pick 6. This is coming up, of course, over the weekend. 5th annual Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund Telethon that last year raised over $400,000 supporting jockeys who've suffered serious on-track injuries. And we'll be checking in on the live stream of this throughout our coverage over the weekend. There's going to be sorted autographed memorabilia given out throughout the afternoon.
Yeah, and such a good cause. So many riders' lives have been affected by serious injuries, and there's really not a mechanism in place to take care of these riders. And we depend on you, the public, and people that are fans of horse racing and riders, your charitable donations to help make these riders' lives a little bit better that have gone through such adversity. And it's such a worthwhile cause.
Every time these riders step in the saddle, they're putting really their life on the line. It's incredibly dangerous job, and you can do your part to make sure they have the care they need if serious injuries do happen. 5th annual PDJF Telethon coming up April 23rd. And over 1.2 million in support of the PDJF. It's happened from that inaugural telethon back in 2018.
And just so many people are just so generous, and it's so appreciated. So thank anybody out there that steps up for these men and women that really have suffered life-altering injuries.
Okay, Katie Davis, she's going to ride one with a look in here. Aerodromos, the 5 at 5-1 on the board. Going to be switching from turf to dirt. That can sometimes wake a horse up a little bit. This one's been off for quite a while. You look at the 2 dirt starts, and at least one of them, the first dirt start, was against Better Company and showed some ability, at least early on in that race.
Yeah, and this horse trained now by Lisa Lugovich. Her father, Richard Lugovich, passed away, so runs in the estate of Richard Lugovich, a guy who knows how to win. He was getting it done from the time I remember when I was an apprentice rider, and this horse has a nice work tab at Fair Hill coming in. This Katie Davis has been riding so well, winning it better than 25% at this current stand.
Yeah, it's incredible. Having a great meet. There's a look at the 7, Mr. Busta. Another one with you can make a major case for 4-1 here. Horse who was second at this level last time out.
Showed improved speed last time, too. This is the best speed this horse has shown up to date. Comes out of the same race with Gentleman Burger. I think Gentleman Burger's got a real look in here, too, the 3, who's actually your favorite. Now, this horse was good speed last time for trainer Mark Hennig, was trying to get out and was always in an uncomfortable position. It'd be interesting to see if Jorge Vargas can find him in a little better spot where he's not in close and intimidated and he doesn't have to keep correcting him from trying to drift to the outside.
Showed good speed in that debut. He took money as well. He was 9-2 in that race. See if that speed can last a little bit longer here. Start number 2 with a race under his belt. Here's an interesting first-time starter. He's got Manny Franco, Thomas SP.
Yeah, good, steady work tab. Son of Central Banker at a Cat and D. Nice pedigree here for a trainer very capable with first-time starters, Phil Serpy.
Speedster, we were talking about start number 2, Gentleman Burglar.
Another Central Banker, sharp-looking colt. Liked him on debut, showed good speed, should improve. Hopefully he runs a little bit straighter, makes it a little easier for Jorge Vargas.
Drop in class. Oh, sorry, we just go to Aerodromos, but drop in class from the last time this horse was on dirt. And Katie Davis rides.
Yeah, nice work tab at Fair Hill. Has shown flashes of ability, and Katie Davis, who's been riding extremely well.
Here's Mr. Busta, who was just second in the 4th effort, the only time this one's hit the board.
Improved speed last time against Gentleman Burger.
Tough to make a case for Iron Horizon.
Yeah, this horse shown brief speed for the same price and just stopping the last 2 starts.
Did put blinkers on last time out, did show some brief speed, and then checked out of it. And then Trevor McCarthy on the outside runner, who's now the favorite.
I think this horse makes a lot of sense. Run fast enough, certainly, to win. Gets a good outside draw. Trevor's riding extremely well and should be stalking from the outside.
Approaching the 5-minute mark to post in our finale on this card. You can play it by getting signed up and started with NYRA Bets. Could have been part of this Pick 6 carryover. We may have another one tomorrow as well if the 3 and 10 do not win this finale. We always talk about how great the late pick 5 is. Be part of it all. Go to NYRABets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. Derby25, that code to use for new members at sign-up. So you would expect what we saw in the debut with the 3, this horse to be forward again and try and push.
You got to think so. And honestly, with a horse that, at least on debut, a little bit green, was trying to get out, on today's track, if I'm Jorge Vargas, I'm going to let him get out. I want to be about 3 or 4 wide. You want to come around me, come around me. You want to go inside me, but I'm going to put myself on what I think is the best part of the track, and particularly with a horse that looked like he wanted to drift first time.
How aware, this obviously it's an opinion, but you feel that way, and it's looked that way throughout the afternoon, but how aware is everyone in that jockey's room to how it's playing today?
If they're not aware by the middle of the card, they're just not paying attention, not doing their job. You have to pay attention. There are so many little things as a rider you need to exploit. Habits for the horses, habits of the other riders, the way the track's playing. If you're in the jock's room playing ping pong or shooting pool or playing cards and not paying attention to the races, you're not doing your job.
And it's funny you bring that up. There is a pool table in the jockey's room. I've never seen anyone at it.
Listen, it's okay
they're busy
use the
paying
facilities,
attention.
but do your homework first. Be on top of it. I would leave morning workouts by 10 o'clock and go right to the jockey's room to prepare, meaning getting my weight where I need it to be, being in the hot box, stretching, getting prepared to ride, looking at my replays, looking at my racing form, making my notes. And then when the races start, paying attention to how the racetrack's playing. If you're not doing it, someone else is, and a lot of races are won by heads, necks, noses. You need to make a difference if you're going to be a successful rider.
Was there someone that you kind of looked up to or kind of set the tone to that work ethic when you were coming up?
Well, so many. As a kid in the room, obviously Angel Cordero, George Velasquez, Eddie Maple, Jerry Bailey, the way his preparation was, and so many more. I don't want to leave anybody out. George Velasquez was the first guy that really clued me into track bias. I'd watch Georgie early, and if he was on the inside, you could bet the inside was good. If he was looking to get to the clear, maybe the rail wasn't the place to be. As a kid, you don't know all of the tricks, so pay attention to the guys that have already been doing it and doing it well and learn from them.
And a couple of those veterans we're seeing back here, and they're going to be here to stay. Javier Castellano, Junior Alvarado, back from Florida. And some short stays at Keeneland. Going to be riding here on a regular basis. as we wrap up this Aqueduct meeting and soon make that shift to Belmont.
Yeah, you see a lot of guys now staying in Kentucky until, later than they used to, right? Staying at Keeneland and then staying on through the Derby, where it used to be by this time of year, everybody was back. And a lot of the horses were back. But now, guys, the purses are lucrative in Kentucky. If you have a Derby mount, you kind of want to be there in the zone in a place, comfortable in a place. So you understand why they're staying longer. But, listen, this colony has been strong all year long. And it has been for years. People might dismiss or not respect the colony or winter racing as much as they should, because these are all very, very good, capable riders.
Here's another look at one of the intriguing first-time starters in this field. Thomas SP, actually with the scratch, is the only one left in here, but has the rail. Phil Serpy, Manny Franco, and a Central Baker 4-year-old debuting here with Lasix.
Yeah, and taking money. So obviously this horse is kind of tipped his hand in the morning, that showing enough in the morning to make you believe that is a contender here. I think it's going to come down to the husband and wife pair to the wire. I really think that the 5 Aerodromos, wait, is she fixing her tack there? Or is there still going to be a late, nope. So late scratch of the 5, so it ain't going to be husband and wife down to the wire.
All right, so take out Aerodromos. Unfortunate, because that was an interesting kind of middle price play in here, and that takes out another one that was result in a carryover to the pick 6 on Friday. So 5 is gone. With that, it's back to the barn, as you see. The 10 becomes a 2-1 favorite, and there's Katie Davis. Deflating feeling, obviously. You want to get that opportunity, as you mentioned, having such a great meet. But more than anything, you want to see a horse that's not seem like they're physically capably up to it. Wait for the right day.
Well, it's a way to protect the other horses, that horse, the riders, and certainly the betting public. You don't want a horse that doesn't feel 100% to the rider competing, particularly if you've wagered your money on the horse. So, in New York, we probably have some of the most stringent protocols as far as horses. If a rider feels anything, they're automatically scratched, and the horse will have to go through rigorous testing before they're allowed to race again. They'll have to work to the satisfactory of the examining vet. They'll gone over for a physical exam. And sometimes a horse will look perfect, but a rider can feel something that you can't see, and you have to trust in that. These guys, men and women, want to win. They're not going out there with the idea to scratch a horse. They want to go out there, compete, and get their picture taken in the winner's circle.
Meanwhile, this man right here, that was Manny Franco, coming off a meet title, looking for number 4 on this Thursday card, trying to take half the races run today.
Manny Franco has just been in a zone, and when you talk to him, you can feel his confidence. You could feel the pleasure he's getting out of competing and riding, and he just seems very at ease with himself. It's not easy to stay at the level you need to stay to be on top as long as he has. Racing, there's no breaks. Guy doesn't win the Derby and they go, what are you doing tomorrow? Going to Disney World? No, I'm flying someplace to ride the next day. There's no season. It's basically year-round. You can't let completely down when you do have time off, because you got to worry about your weight. It's not just a job. It's not a career. It's a lifestyle.
It just mentally seems like it, not to mention physically, it takes an enormous toll on these riders.
Well, you got to be able to stay even. One thing, steady Eddie Maple, they called him steady Eddie Freeze. He used to tell me, don't get too high, don't get too low. Stay centered about it.
Nightcap coming up. Will we have a carryover into the pick 6 on Friday, a double carryover? Or could this horse, the 10 with Trevor McCarthy, or the 3, Gentleman Burglar, result in this getting hit? Let's go to Chris Griffin for the Nightcap.
And they're off. Good break from Iron Horizon to the outside, and there's Gentleman Burglar. And Gentleman Burglar right out to the front is now a neck in front of Mr. Busta, who's in the 2-path. Just off of that is going to be Iron Horizon, who broke on top, is now back to 3rd. On the far outside, that's going to be Baron Marchis. And the trailer is Thomas SP. They work up the backstretch in a pace duel on the front end. To the inside, it's Gentleman Burglar. To the outside, it's Mr. Busta, who is applying pressure, and they went 22-3 for that opening quarter mile. Iron Horizon, the big long shot, is alone in third, and Baron Marchis starts to kick it in here from the fourth position, but is still 6.5 lengths off the lead. Tailing off there is Thomas SP, who is the trailer. They're head and head as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Neither doing each other a favor as Mr. Busta is ready to challenge Gentleman Burglar. Baron Marchis and Iron Horizon, they're getting much closer now. They're within 3 of the lead. It's Mr. Busta who's got the lead. Mr. Busta kicks on, but Baron Marchis, and here comes Baron Marchis out in the far outside, is making a big ground and is run on by. It's Baron Marchis. Iron Horizon is looking for room, gets squeezed there as they approach the 16th pole. Baron Marchis is up by 2.5 lengths. It's a battle on for the minors. Baron Marchis, Trevor McCarthy, they'll win the finale. Iron Horizon here up for second. Then came Mr. Busta in a photo with Gentleman Burglar and Thomas SP in 1 minute 16 flat.
Baron Marchis, favorite, bet down to 9-5 at the end with the win, and a late double to jockey Trevor McCarthy.
Tell you, nice job by Orlando Noda to have this horse ready off the layoff. Set a nice patient trip on the Trevor McCarthy. And as a rider, you see, horses, lower level horses go off as quick as these horses did, right? You have Gentleman Burglar under pressure from Mr. Busta, and you're back 6-7 lengths. And for lower level horses to go 22 and change, you know that you're gonna pick them up and just run on by. And nice patient ride from Trevor to sweep the late double. And great job by Orlando Noda to have this horse ready off the bench. I tell you what, got to give a lot of credit to the Bustin' Stones, number 7, Mr. Busta, who really was very game. Hung in there, was caught late for second, but fought it all the way to the wire. And how about that horse that ran second here? The 9 horse, Iron Horizon, kind of changed tactics, rated a little bit under Romero Mirage, and was very game to get second, but no doubt about your winner.
I'm not trying to be unkind here, but is that time correct? That can't be correct, can it?
Yeah, could very well be correct.
Slow.
Yeah, they went
fast early, as you said. Wow.
Yeah, that could be real. 14 and change for the winner. Yeah.
10-9-7-3. Yeah, it says 116 for the 6 furlongs.
One thing about it, though, doesn't say when you get the check whether they went fast or slow. They pay the same.
Got to feel good. Trevor McCarthy, too. Take the last couple on the card. Does it sprinting on the turf. And then here on the dirt in the last. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, the story of Take the Lead and Take Two, finding second careers for thoroughbreds once their racing careers are over. We'll have that story when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Class and athleticism.
What we're seeing from Audible across the board are very athletic shapes.
They've been good sized, great walkers.
Strong, muscular bodies, looked like they would have speed and quickness and precocity.
They look like they'd be early enough, but they have the feel to me of a 2-turn horse.
Which is really what you want to see from a freshman stallion.
racing career can be 2, 3, 4 years, 5 years at the most. They live to 20. The take the lead segment of the initiative is what I do, okay? And we basically transition racehorses from the racetrack into aftercare facilities. We'll get the process started on paper, we'll take some videos, we'll gather up all the medical information, and then set up a profile, and then we'll contact the aftercare facilities. We have a wave of horses that leave the grounds, and there's 5 in the on-deck circle and 4 in the hole if you use a baseball analogy. Nice looking little filly. She's got a little bit of a tendon issue that should heal up in about 90 days. One of our older horses, Saul the Freud, who actually everybody trained him. He was a New York bred. He's been through up and down the claiming ranks and always put in a great effort. He's a candidate for Warhorse now. And I said, what a perfect horse, because he was a Warhorse. He's a perfect type to help with our military veterans with PTSD. Thoroughbreds already have this innate ability to learn new things. Starting gait, big track, little track, jog the wrong way, go the right way. You're going to learn something new. They already know, they're already processed for that. Take Two part of our initiative is a hunter and jumper thoroughbreds only league, if you will. And to be able to see what these horses can do once they're rehabilitated and retrained and adopted out, and to see them in the Take Two competitions doing jumps or dressage or a polo pony. Riders are doing handstands and backflips off. I mean, this is really, really cool. What we've tried to put forth and to get through to all the horsemen. I've been training horses since 1988 on my own. Call us one race early, call us one workout early, okay? If you think something's going, if you think something's going awry, and there's a chance that your horse may have an issue in the future, call us before that. Instead of trying to get one more race or one more workout or something like that, we can expedite this process within a week and get that horse into an aftercare situation.
Tremendous organization created by the New York Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association, finding second careers for thoroughbreds. Once those careers are over, we're seeing more and more organizations taking care of these equine athletes.
It's incumbent upon everybody in the industry to make sure these equine athletes are taken care of when their racing career's over. Like Rick said, their racing careers are relatively short in comparison to how long they're going to live. And they give us everything. They give us our living, our livelihood, our purpose. For me, they elevated me and took me all over the world. And I know that without horses, my life would have been very, very different. So I feel very strongly that it's our responsibility to make sure we take care of these horses. And you know what? They make wonderful horses after their racing careers are over. I think for years, thoroughbreds got a bad rap. Oh, they're too hot, and they don't learn other disciplines. They are incredibly intelligent and take to all kinds of disciplines, and they're game. They'll do anything asked, and they're the most generous of breeds out there.
This man walks the walk, too. I mean, you have several horses at your farm.
I have a horse at my place that I won one race on 20 years ago. And he's a behemoth. He eats more than 3 other horses. And I go through more hay and grain. And he's the kind of horse that leans on fences and breaks boards. But you know what? He deserves a nice retirement. And he can't be ridden. He's a pasture ornament. But you know what? I get up in the morning. I look out the picture window from my kitchen with my coffee. And there he is. And it's something about the outside of a horse that's good for the inside of a man.
Puts a smile on your face, I'm sure, every morning.
Yeah.
Let's give you the prices from the nightcap coming up. Barone Marchese able to pick up for this level, hot pace up front and get the victory. Trevor McCarthy, again, taking that late double. Orlando Nota Barn. And Celeritas Racing, your winning connections.
Now you're back there about 7-8 lengths, but for lower level horses, they're going quick, and you can kind of see the confidence that Trevor had in his mount, just letting him cruise up there, taking his time. Terrific job by Orlando Nota to have a horse ready off the bench to fire a big shot. And he gets it done. This was the right favorite. And once again, I think underscoring the fact that outside portion of the track,
was just a little bit better. I'm not saying that it was, you had to be wide, but I think it was certainly an advantage to be wide today, and Barry Marquis gets it done.
That's a rider that pays acute attention to that as well.
He really does. He does his homework. And listen, Trevor's a taller rider, and when you're a taller rider, you have to put more effort in to make your weight, to stay disciplined, to look good on horses. You're managing your height. So you put all that together, you're going to pay attention. You're going to make the most of it.
Pick 6 carryover, 52,500. Poor break from Run Son of a Gun to start it. Mr. Phil begins the sequence. Electra went off as a favorite. There are some question marks over that horse for Chad Brown-Klarovich. Salta de Tigre, one of the major players, and then Digital Future just played so huge in this sequence. After 5, Trevor McCarthy, tough one for some to have at 10-1. Those 2 horses made this pick 6.
Absolutely. Congratulations. Good handicapping if you got it done.
We're going to take a timeout. We're going to look ahead to the weekend when we come back. New York Stallion Series, Lifetime a Chance. Brilliant effort last time out to really turn it on for Mark Cassidy. And the General Banker was on the Derby Trail. Going to cut back in distance Saturday.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct Meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere. Surprise Boss, look at this effort.
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit wardancerstud.com to book your mayor today.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Aqueduct is the only racetrack within the confines of the 5 boroughs of New York City and faced intense competition from several other tracks located in the vicinity. True to its nature, the racetrack not only survived, but thrived. Aqueduct underwent an extensive 3-year overhaul and reopened on September 15, 1959, to much fanfare, as it was one of the most modern facilities of its kind. In 1960, Aqueduct presented its first Wood Memorial. The race is New York's premier prep race for the Triple Crown and remains one of the track's signature events, along with the Cigar Mile Handicap and Remsen Stakes. Aqueduct was the first and only track to have a triple dead heat win in a stakes race when Brownie, Bousset, and Wait a Bit hit the wire in tandem. In 1965, it was the site of the largest crowd ever to witness a thoroughbred race at that time in the Empire State, when more than 73,000 packed the stands to see Gunbow in the Metropolitan Mile. The legendary Cigar began his famous 16-race win streak at Aqueduct. He scored impressively in the 1994 Nairo Mile as part of that win streak. The race was named in Cigar's honor after he retired in 1997. The last racetrack Secretariat placed his hooves upon was Aqueduct. He was retired there before commencing his stud career at Claiborne Farm.
Aqueduct was the second track to host the Breeders' Cup in 1985 and was one of the first sporting venues where Pope John Paul II held Mass in 1995.
What a history here at New York City's racetrack, and with the man who owns more wins here than anybody, the MIG. I know it's such a special place in your heart here in South Ozone Park.
I've been coming here since I was a little kid with my father and got to see some great horses here. Obviously, Seattle Slew. I watched him win the Wood Memorial here before he went on to his Triple Crown, wins. And Eddie Maple gave me his goggles after he won the Wood Memorial on Believe It. Saw my first stakes race here, the Toboggan, and won the Wood Memorial. I always study those win pictures, the Wood Memorial winners on the second floor, and it hit me as I was coming to the winner's circle on Eternal Prince. I'm going to be on that wall. And you're thinking it was only about 8-9 years removed from when I was looking at that wall. So it was kind of heady stuff. And I only grew up 9 miles from here. So this is a track that holds an incredible amount of nostalgia for me, great memories. I'll feel bad eventually if and when this place closes because I love Aqueduct, but at least maybe no one will ever catch me here.
How about that? Yeah. And, you know, not even home away from home for you. This is home for you. And that I love that mural up on the wall when you come in here off the subway and you can see it.
Yeah.
Should be a mural of the MIG.
No. I'm very happy that I was able to write a small paragraph in the history of this incredible place.
You look good on that mural.
And it's hosted a lot of great horses over the years.
Tremendous history here. We're going to take a look ahead to the weekend coming up. New York Stallion Series Times Square Division and Lifetime of Chance. Where did this performance come from? From the son of the lieutenant from Mark Casse, who will take over training duties, was with Linda Rice when this happened, and now moving barns for GJ Stable. 91 Beyer speed figure to win by 16 lengths.
This is an incredible performance. Now he moves to the Mark Casse barn, and this horse runs anywhere close to this effort. It's basically a foregone conclusion, isn't it?
Hadn't run it in 5 starts prior. So there's some trepidation. Yeah, can this horse back it up? But maybe this horse has just gotten good and turned a corner. This was huge.
This was huge. I mean, do you see anybody here with the potential for an upset? Maybe East Coast Girl, a Lauban Ridgeling? I mean, I honestly couldn't make a case for anybody else.
General Banker, we're going to take a look at him too. And this horse has shown ability, and he did so on the Triple Crown Trail. His third in 3 straight Derby preps, including the Grade 3 Gotham, and his only win. It was back to spring. He was 7 furlongs on a wet track.
Yeah, and this was by far and away his best race. Was it a product of
beating guess who?
Well, yeah, I mean, Lifetime of Chance, but was it a product of the wet track?
Not the same Lifetime of Chance, obviously, we ran last time.
A chance of a lifetime and a lifetime of chance. Isn't that the song about the Derby?
What's that?
That's the song about the Derby. Is it
really?
Dan Fogelberg? Something like that?
You can let me listen to it later. I haven't heard it. East Coast Girl. 11 1/4 length winner. It was a State Bred Maiden 40 race. 2 back. Dusted that competition. I actually faced a pretty good one last time out named Toxic Gray, running second.
Yeah, ran well. I mean, the last 2 races were, I think, a step forward, an improvement. Probably have to improve again, or a big, step backwards for Lifetime of Chance. But listen, I know people get dazzled by big wins, and I'm not immune to that either, 16 lengths. But where did that come from, and does he run it back?
If we get to see something like that again, maybe even a move forward.
Yeah.
This is a horse that's going to be very exciting going forward. So that's coming up on Saturday. It's race 8 on the card. We hope to see you tomorrow. Coverage begins 1 Eastern on FS2. Mr. Phil, one of 3 wins today for Manny Franco, teaming up with Rob Atras. And how about Trevor McCarthy? Takes the late double, including this turf sprint after 5. Horse was claimed for $14,000, wins a winner's share of an $82,000 purse. Well done on that claim. We'll see you tomorrow, 1 Eastern.